So, I think everything to tell me what the things are. Yesterday we did the whole mining of maps. Everything I want to do. Wonder what it could have been. We'll read the updates in due time. I'm guessing it was the wind trace, but it's my only guess. What's annoying about the Master Quest case is that, yeah, I've done most of the stuff, but going back to the quest and realizing that there was post things to do is kind of annoying. But I didn't know at the time, so there's always stuff later. Kind of obnoxious. Really? I finished on my several.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage.
Cheers will be fun,
But the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
Yeah, I was working on once I started something else, so I missed it. Oh, I'm early as hell. 147 out of 160. That's good. Well, I did play like forever yesterday, so that makes sense.
Can't catch me! Shut up! Crush! Freeze to the core! I condemn you!
Oh, I have the wrong son of you know.
Aristocratic etiquette.
I still have the real artifacts.
More speed. Beg for mercy. Missile pack punch. This is a new one.
Easy melt parts.
More speed. Crush. Shudder. Vengeance. secrets will be mine.
Okay, that would be nice if we go to the right one. Oh, shit. So close.
More speed. Beg for mercy. Crush. Ever seen one of these? You're stuck now. I swear by my sword. More speed.
It's like this game doesn't want to accept the fact that I want to level up my characters. There is a
I await your instruction.
oh my god, Angela usually lets me do this. I feel like I should give Lisa the
ring.
Skyward Atlas. Just to do more damage on the birds. I'm not sure if it's too much or not.
Excellency, what is she trying to communicate?
But this boss is annoying and don't do it.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chinza, coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
My apologies. Sakura Swirl.
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Oz, reveal thyself. Yeah. 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 Whirling snow.
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
By royal decree, Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Wait, hear me.
Forest Cloud. Take flight.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
My power. Oz, reveal thyself.
As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
Still like the boss. Decent, but garbage. Oh, let's go do commission all the way.
Let's get down to business.
This'll be a punch. Beg for mercy. Blood of frost.
To the
Eye
very,
for an eye.
to the very height. Let me try one.
The hunt is on. Shudder.
Cut down.
More speed.
Alright, there's no faster to what the name?
More speed.
Alright. Oops. Share the universe.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chingsa. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Whirling snow. Yeah. Yeah.
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Blitz.
Ah, it works.
Take flight.
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Barbados.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Oh boy.
My apologies. By royal decree, get him.
As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
Two more companies.
Beg for mercy. Shudder. Crush.
Important one.
Let's get down to business.
That's almost funny.
Got something,
My
Maria.
blade!
This is a new one.
There's more!
Wind.
Finally, height
Freeze to the core.
to the very
I condemn you.
lucky day. Finally, height to the very
That one is always fun. Is that enough time? I don't know. Let's do more. Alright. I don't have range on this out. There. Much better.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chingsa. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
That's cool.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
I'm a bit rusty.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
You've been a naughty boy. Oz, reveal thyself!
As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. It's a nice feather. I don't think it's max roll,
We should move out.
but it's pretty good. I doubt it's max roll. Boom.
There is a cause that I seek to champion, yet few in Liyue share my aspiration. This I have known for a long time, for it is a path I have walked for many years.
Still what? Others.
Move on.
Only thing I have left.
Sit here.
Oh my god.
The hunt is on! Shudder! Flood of frost! Rack and ruin!
opponent is defeated, all party members are affected by corrosion. Got it. Well, was a fraction of the HP every second after characters can be caught down by corrosion. Active characters with losing HP, they will no longer lose HP due to corrosion. That's for 8 seconds, and it can stack. The duration of each stack is independent of the others. Good lord. First one on Edith Town. Let's start with this one. I think I'll go with this for now. Yeah, switch around effects for long now. But I can't change artifacts.
Who wants some of this? Let's roll! It's just a scratch, I swear! Attaboy!
Give up. I swear by my sword.
It's showtime!
Don't waste my time. Your life is mine. It's nothing.
Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Attaboy! Oh, you're coming through!
Okay, pop. Damn it.
By royal decree.
Phantasmagoria.
Back at ya. Men, fall back. Odds revealed. To ashes.
Frick. Ah, I keep forgetting that. Alright.
Power that goes pipes up by royal decree. Allow me, Covenant of the Deep. Oz, reveal thyself.
As you wish,
God's over.
To ashes!
Rest and rebuild. Let's do that. Allow me. Higher, higher, hands up higher.
Yeah, I missed. Uh-oh. Good boy. This one should be easier. I hope. If not, I'll have to put in clear. Swirl. I don't know what that. Random.
Punch. You're stuck now. Crush. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Let us cross swords. Wind, hear me. Gotcha! The hunt is on! Life goes on. Opening box of Adepti Flood of Frost! This'll pack a punch. This is a new one. I swear by my sword. Shut up. Crush. You're stuck now. Sacred man, fortune preserver. Shut up. Vengeance will be mine. Rack and ruin. Wind, hear me. Rise. Ever seen one of these? The hunt is on. Beg for mercy. More speed. I swear by my sword. You're stuck now. Crush. Flood of frost. I condemn you. This'll pack a punch. This is a new one. Barbados. Madness. Shut up. Eye for an eye.
I get the feeling I'm not gonna get this. A little right. Oh, there's another one. Ah. Ah, this is a fail.
As you wish. Victoria!
Everybody stand back! By royal decree! John's over!
Much better. Did I clear it all? Yes, I did. 16. Damn. That was close. I did most of the sides just like, oh. That's a shame. Oh, well. Did I? No, everything. 4 inches. Whatever. This all of it. Yep.
This realm is If you ever have any questions,
Alright.
this realm is if you ever
Pretty well. 3,000 coins. Let me guess. Can't do a day one?
Too simple.
At 1200 points every day. It's gonna take 3 days to do this. Oof. Run away! This is so annoying. Damn, that fucker. Was that even fair? He tracked for the whole time. Ugh. Bastard. So unfair. God. Why am I putting Cull off?
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
I don't understand why I'm in co-op. So dumb. Oh, this is the smallest area. Really? That's bullshit. I don't like how this new game is. Errors are small as shit. I give the image of the whole garden, and you only give the temple. How many times are you gonna flash me, fucker? Every time. Again, why am I putting co-op? I don't understand why they put you on co-op mode after the game is over. Whatever. Didn't even read this. No.
More speed. Time to scout.
Telling me there's someone here, but I don't see them. Also, what is? this other person. So the sprint of Mona and Eka are disabled. But other people took forever. I think I may be able to try. Oh my god, really? Really? Can't even leave the game early? Stupid shit. What's the point in staying in the game? The game is too long. play with the community sometimes, especially with Trace. So it only gives them co-op if you get the screen now? That's dumb. That's a symbol too. Right. do get a healing every time I go in. It's weird. Time to be bored waiting on. I think Sensor Aura was better. I don't know. No. wolves that are in a little bit. That's their right body.
Beg for mercy. More speed. Got something for ya. The hunt is on. Full splash.
Not bad. One purple. I don't know, put it out of handle. Oh, so does. Funny.
Crush. Beg for mercy. Touché. Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you. You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my word.
Along the path generates 3 Crown Energy Orbs and grants 5 Icy Quill ammo per team member. 4 team members, 5 per, 20 total. Not 5 for the entire team. Press ammo lasts for 10 seconds and has a 10-second cooldown, meaning 100% rotational uptime. Hold summons a spirit dealing AoE cryo damage and generates 4 cryo energy orbs. Also grants 7 Icy Quill ammo per team member, 28 total. Hold ammo lasts for 15 seconds and has a 15-second cooldown, meaning 100% rotational uptime as well. Both the press and the hold damage already begin using her own Icy Quill ammo. So if her ability hits 3 enemies, you only have 2 to 4 of the remaining ammo for the press hold respectively instead of 5 to 7. Okay, so how much do these actually do though? That's the big question. Warning for this section, numbers. Also, for defense, resist, and level gap, some things are not accurately calculated, but it's still a good baseline. So, take for example a standard swap DPS weapon, Favonius Lance at R580. Running my pure attacks and artifacts, she has 2,743 attack. So at level 6, she provides 63.9% of that attack, which is 1,753 attack ammo for her team members. Now her teammates provide all the additional damage modifiers. A standard cryo DPS we can estimate with 150% crit damage, 61.6 cryo damage bonus on crit, gets about 7,000 per ammo. 5 ammo gives 35,000 damage, and 7 provides 49,000 damage. If her 3 teammates can provide the exact same output, as in her 3 teammates also have 150% crit damage, 61.6 cryo, she'd be providing 105,000 damage on a 10-second rotation with her press E, and 147,000 damage on a 15-second rotation with her hold E. If we then decide to include her buffs from her burst activation, 11% resistance, and a 150% crowd damage bonus, and a 15% to corresponding skill burst damage or normal charge plunging, then we see an estimate of Q math, which is not totally accurate with the res decrease, but it's close enough, I guess. 9.4 thousand damage crit per ammo of Icy Quill. 5 of those gives 47,000 damage, and 7 of those gives 65,800 crit damage. So, full teammate value then becomes 141,000 damage on a 10-second rotation, press E, and 197,000 damage on a 15-second rotation, hold E. So, those damages are pure crit, assuming every single one of the attacks that is infused with Shenhe's attack does crit. Okay? So that assumes crit and 3 team value as well. If we only have 60% crit on our other DPSers and only 2 teammates that can actually use Shenhe's attack transfer, value drops down to, and this will skip the math estimations, 72,000 damage on a 10-second rotation, press E, and 101,000 damage on a 15-second rotation, hold E. As you can see, well, if you're still watching at this point for the numbers and actually are interested, I commend you and appreciate it. Shenhe's value really bounces between how many buffs are applied, how high her attack is, how smooth your rotation is to maximize team damage. So, we see average estimation. What does this look like for endgame Shenhe if you run her with the 1000 Elemental Mastery Kazuha and her signature Calamity Queller, and 2 other cryo characters with the Kazuha Shenhe team comp with 200% crit damage and level 8 Shenhe's skill. So, her attack at level 80 with my artifacts and Calamity Queller has 3,353 attack. So this can probably reach about 4,000 attack to 4,500 with super high investment, but we'll do this calculation with 3.4k and an estimation of a level 8 skill. So, level 8 skill is 73% attack transfer, which provides a base of 2,500 attack per ammo. 2,500 attack, 200% crit damage, 61.6% crowd damage bonus default per character with a crowd damage comp, and at least 2 blizzard, along with 1,000 Elemental Mastery Kazuha for a 40% buff, plus 15% A1, 15% A4, on top of Viridescent Venerer minus 40% resistance shred, burst minus 11% shred, and take into account 10% base resist, 50% efficacy below 0 resist, which I'm not going to explain if you don't know what that is. All of that combined together roughly calculates to 21,700 crit per single quill. So 5 of those gives 109,000 damage, and 7 of those would give 152,000 damage. This is all assuming a crit, by the way. So if you have 2 cryo characters with 200% crit damage, all of those buffs, and a standard at least 2 blizzard run with a crowd damage goblet, then you're seeing 218,000 damage on a 10-second rotation for just those 2 characters, press E, 304,000 damage on a 15-second rotation with hold E. That does not include Shenhe plus Kazuha's infusion raw no crit value, because Shenhe and Kazuha are built typically with no crit. If you're running 1000 EM Kazuha, he has 0 crit. If you're running Shenhe with pure attack, she has 0 crit as well. So the raw no crit value is 7,200 no crit per ammo, which is still 72,000 damage on a 10-second rotation for both of them, or 100,000 damage on a 15-second rotation if you're holding the skill. So with this full high-end team value, this ends up being 290,000 damage on a 10-second rotation if you're running press skill, 400,000 damage upwards on a 15-second rotation if you're holding the skill. So obviously, you can't elemental burst with Shenhe every 10 seconds. You won't have the Ascension 115% and the res shred all the time, but these numbers are estimations anyway. You'd probably drop those numbers by about 6 to 8%. But yeah, if you managed to make it through this section, kudos to you. You now hopefully know a lot more about Shenhe, whether you like it or not. She's a character that really scales harder the stronger that your team is. Now then, how to optimize Shenhe's playstyle. She's probably the one character I do not recommend activating your skill before the burst. Instead, I recommend burst into your skill, press or hold. The burst uses about 1 second of animation time, which, if activated after her skill, is 7 to 10% of her skill's duration. And those icy quills are very time sensitive, so maximizing her value means using all quills on all characters before the duration expires. There's no problem with running a standard skill into burst transition, you just might encounter those quills running out faster than you like. So here's a demo of burst into skill and then the teammate swap, time difference versus skill into burst into teammate swap. Notice the cooldown time difference when I'm able to swap to my teammates to use their quill stacks. So Burst to Skill is able to swap to teammates at 9.2 seconds out of 10 seconds, using only 0.8 for animation time. Skill to Burst is only able to swap to teammates at 7.7 out of 10 seconds, using almost 2.3 seconds for animation time. Depending on how quickly you can unload her quills, Burst to Skill will typically allow greater room for flexibility. Notice a slight difference in damage output from Chongyun and Diona between the press and the hold demo. This is due to Shenhe's A4 passive, granting a 15% buff to certain damage types depending on press versus hold. Press grants skill and burst damage, hold grants normal charge plunge bonus. For longer duration cryo bursts that have multiple small damage over times, these can be activated before her rotation since they will use up her quills the fastest. Don't worry about snapshotting. This doesn't affect a majority of cryo characters with long duration persistent bursts. So here you can see with Kaya and Rosaria bursts, they easily use all of Shenhe's quills with their burst abilities activated before her skill. After Shenhe's burst and skill though, swap to priority characters who require on-field time to use their quills. This priority is usually for Chongyun and the characters that he may infuse. And after that, tap or hold depending on what type of buff you wish to provide your team from her A4. Skill and burst for the tap, and then normal charge plunging for the hold. Okay, so now how much value for certain cryo characters then? For Shenhe, all she really cares about is consistently high crit rate crit damage and a cryo goblet on whoever she's infusing with her attack, alongside easy expenditure of her quill ammo. Cryo DPS characters that can have innate cryo-related buffs in their kits are preferable because that means they buff Shenhe's ammo as well. Chaeyoung deserves special mention as he allows non-cryo characters to also join the party, but only in melee auto form. Kazuha, Sucrose, and Venti also gain raw value from this with their burst infusions, but usually won't be able to crit due to their builds focus more on swirling and or buffing the team. And probably the most popular playstyle choice will be Ayaka Shenhe, which opens up a very smooth rotation utilizing 2 of Shenhe's tap skills within 1 of Ayaka's bursts. And for my extreme whales out there, C6 Ayaka unlocks that massive 298% charge attack bonus that is also abusable for Shenhe's transfer. Since this 298% is a charge attack damage bonus and not a multiplier, it calculates under the same category as elemental and physical damage, and therefore additionally buffs Shenhe's infusion DPS. So here's what my 270% crit damage C6 Ayaka looks like with just a 3k attack Shenhe. Her raw C6 charge damage, just her cryo dash for a buff. No elemental skill comes out at a 13,400 crit. And once you add in Shenhe's hold E, her C6 charge attack now does 31,500 crit. Don't be fooled though, 298% charge attack bonus is not a permanent C6 thing. It's just a really expensive Apple Watch. Now when it comes to mono cryo, a question arises. Is it better to include a Hydra unit for freeze or commit to triple cryo plus 1 animo? In my opinion, this is artifact dependent and comfort versus glass cannon. Shenhe's value increases the better crit scaling artifacts her teammates have if they are anticipating abusing her attack-based quills. If you have multiple cryo DPS oriented artifact sets, whether that's 4-piece blizzard or 2-piece blizzard plus 2-piece flex, then opting mono cryo may give you a significant glass cannon edge than freeze would otherwise enable from crowd control and crit bonuses to your 4 blizzard users. A lot of players usually won't have this luxury though, so freeze versus mono cryo really comes down to how much you value the crowd control of freeze. Now let's jump right into team compositions to finish out discussion of her unique kit. Shenhe's attack transfer only infuses on cryo damage, so we are already limited if we wish to maximize that damage. Mono cryo teams involving basically every single cryo character are especially powerful combined with an animal character like Kazuha. Chongyun has a comfortable spot with his cryo infusion and large nuke capabilities with his burst combined with Shenhe's buff. In the Chongyun comp, there's also an avenue to turn Shenhe into a main DPS build with Chongyun's infusion. Her attack transfer will be lower, but her personal damage will also be able to make use of it. Beyond the mono cryo, freeze is still very effectively strong, just prioritize a cryo hyper carry to maximize Shenhe's attack transfer for just that unit. The less cryo units utilizing her quills, the more hyper carry they have to be to have her value shine. And I know some of you might want to try it, but I wouldn't really recommend reverse melt for Shenhe comps, even though reverse melt grants that 100% damage bonus on that reaction. The consistency will be very low and much better off abusing 4 Blizzard freeze comps. Team comp wise though, she's very dependent on other cryo characters and can serve as a very potent ammo for not only them, but herself. And of course, don't forget about the animo characters who are able to make use of her quill ammo with their burst ability infusion. She's a cool niche experiment. Then, what weapons can she use? Well, when we broke her down, the only stats that she really cares about for her transfer is attack and a bit of recharge. And because our artifacts tend to stack so much attack percent, we would really like high base attack weapons to capitalize on that increase. Crit rate, crit damage is also beneficial for our own personal damage, but becomes very expensive and generally wouldn't recommend unless high-end whale builds. So here's what we have on the roster, and instead of spamming numbers on your screen normally, we already did that in a previous talent section, so we're just going to discuss them. F2P budget craftable. Prototype Star Glitter is a default option with medium base attack and a recharge stat stick. Ketane Cross Spear, which I haven't crafted, is also a default option, providing a flat energy return passive, high 4-star base attack at 44 level 1, but not a very useful elemental mastery secondary. The catch, available free for fishing, but I would not recommend it on her. Gacha 4-star options. Favonius Lance. This one has high base attack, 44 at level 1, perfect team utility passive, and energy recharge secondary stat. Wavebreaker's Fan is also very nice, with a slightly higher base attack at 45 level 1 and a minor attack percent secondary. Passive is just extra for her burst damage, not really useful for her. Lithic Spear. High base attack, 44 at level 1, similar to the Favonius Lance, attack percent secondary stat, and attack percent passive based on the party members, of which she automatically counts as 1. Great stat stick, especially at high refinements. For the usual crit options, Deathmatch and Blackcliff Pull, I would not recommend unless running her on a Blizzard DPS build. 5-star options. Obviously, prioritize her signature Calamity Queller. Highest base attack at 49, going up to over 700 at level 90. Attack percent secondary and attack percent passive, doubled when she's off field. Engulfing Landing is also a great choice if for some reason you have this but either don't have the Raiden Shogun or you just aren't using it on her. This provides all the recharge that she would need and converts it into more attack percent, which increases even more post-burst activation. Don't ever stack recharge for this weapon on her though, she still prioritizes attack percent. Talking about the artifacts for that. Jade Spear, Skyward Spine, and Homa are all default choices. Homa gets a special mention because it converts some of your HP to attack. Jade Spear and Spine have slightly higher base attack. Jade Spear takes too long to stack here, this is not really useful for her. Skyward Spine also has a not really useful passive. In most cases though, you'll be running these weapons on your main DPS, but if you do have them lying around, they can be used strictly for the high base attack. In terms of where these 5 stars sit relative to the 4 stars, I would only consider Lithic Spear and Favonius over them. Since Shenhe is a beefy attack stat stick for your cryo team, at the end of the day, her weapon isn't too picky. Use the one that doesn't interfere with your team the most. On to Shenhe's artifacts. You probably haven't heard it enough, so here you go. Attack, attack, attack. The higher Shenhe's attack is, the stronger her sub DPS infused to other characters will be. And as a buffer as well, she makes a very solid use of the 4-piece Noblesse set. In general, I would say her artifacts are very blunt and can be very simple, but there are some nuances I want to explain when it comes to alternative builds or reducing the effects of diminishing returns. First off, set bonuses. 4-piece Noblesse provides a 12% team attack buff that also benefits herself. Even if she doesn't have super high recharge to rotate her burst often, Mono Cryo will usually make this less of an issue. This is the more utility version than the selfish 2-piece Gladiator 2-piece Shimanawa's 36% attack bonus from both sets. The other possibility is a 4-piece Blizzard standard cryo DPS set, which is attempting to maximize either her own Icy Cold burst damage or normal attack damage with Chongyun's elemental skill infusion. Feel free to mix and match whatever you'd like to run, honestly though. In my opinion, Shenhe's artifacts are not too restrictive. For my early game players, attack percent. Braveheart, Sojourner, Gladiator 4-star pieces, and any other baby artifacts that I missed until you get to the endgame grind. Alright, so when it comes to main stats, instead of talking about the Sands, the Goblet, and the Circlet individually, here are some group sets because it'll make a little bit more sense. For a pure attack transfer build, triple attack percent like you see here on Timepiece, Goblet, and Mask. This is a very straightforward build, aim for recharge, crit rate, crit damage on the substats. For an extremely high transfer build, attack, attack, and then crit rate on the Mask. This one trades the attack circlet for a crit rate circlet that has 15% or higher attack substat along with 15 to 20 crit damage. This build can also make your Shenhe look stupidly strong with high quality 35 plus crit value artifacts. In a attack crit rate build, you'll only end up lacking about 200 to 300 attack in an upwards of a 4000 build. Even though it is 46.6%, you have so much attack percent stacked already that there's heavy diminishing returns. This one is honestly super expensive artifact wise and only recommend to probably those who 36 star the Abyss already. Other fine triple main stats are standard cryo DPS build, attack, cryo damage goblet, crit rate, crit damage mask. This build aims to sacrifice a bit of her attack transfer to buff her own damage and autos if paired with Chongyun. Standard cryo sub DPS build, which is energy recharge main stat, cryo damage goblet, and then crit rate, crit damage mask. This build aims for transferring minimal attack, but maintaining her burst rotation as fluid as possible. Personally, as you guys saw, I'm running an attack build, but I'll probably convert to an attack crit rate build for a high-end Shenhe build. Time for constellations. This is mostly for my whales out there who are dedicated to Saber VA and have multiple constellation Shenhe. Constellation 1. Elemental skill gains an additional charge. Unfortunately, this does not stack the quills. It only refreshes with the most recent tap or hold. Unfortunately, this does not stack the quill ammo to 10 to 14. It only refreshes with the most recent tap or hold. This assists with additional energy problems and helps with more precisely aligning certain combos. For endgame team compositions, this mostly helps Ayaka synergies with maximizing her burst damage. Constellation 2. Her burst duration increases from 12 seconds to 18 seconds, a 50% increase. The uptime increases from 60% to 90% given a 20-second cooldown. Along with her Ascension 1 passive, which I'll note again, 15% cryo damage bonus after activating her burst with Constellation 2 also increases cryo crit damage by 15%. So along with the cryo physical resistance decrease of her burst, that also buffs cryo damage, and now also grants crit damage bonus. Basically, this solidifies her burst as a rotational buffing ability over a DPS. Constellation 3, plus 3 levels to her elemental skill for more attack transfer. So her attack transfer scaling is average 3.5% per level, with every third being 4.5%, so this would usually give about 11.5% attack transfer increase. Constellation 4. Scales the damage of her elemental skill even further, stacking by 5% per activation from any team member. These stacks are all consumed by the next skill usage, so up to 20 to 28 stacks per possible rotation below C6. At C6, you can actually hit the 50 per. If this passive is maximized, Constellation 4 can improve her elemental skill DPS output by above 100% up to 250%. This constellation is where her elemental skill DPS starts picking up quite immensely and even overpowering the base damage of your usual cryo DPS carries. Unfortunately, paywall is high at Constellation 4. Constellation 5, plus 3 levels on her burst, plus 3% more resistance decrease for cryo and physical. Constellation 6, her quills no longer proc their quota on normal charge attacks. So the usual 5 to 7 usages no longer apply, but this is only for normal charged, not even plunging. This constellation is really just meant for Ayaka, who can abuse this with her triple proc charge attack. This also enables her Constellation 4 to reach 50 stacks and make it even stronger per rotation. So for my Omega whales out there, C6 Shenhe's synergy with Constellation 6 Ayaka becomes very insane and extremely potent damage output. But this is definitely Omega Whale territory, especially for a character that is highly dependent on her teammates. Alright, let's showcase how she fits within cryo-oriented team comps. She'll be running her signature Calamity Queller for the highest attack transfer. Cue the music, Mr. Cope.
Their
And
freestyle
with the
with
showcase complete,
Kazuha
Metamask
is
rocks
nice.
at the core of this guide. With a unique attack and fusion mechanic that assists her team from the shadows, Shenhe excels at harnessing the team's crowd damage to maximize her invisible sub DPS while also providing wide-scale team buffs. If this guide helped you understand Shenhe a little better, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It's free and really helps the video get recommended and reach a broader audience. Thanks for watching, and I wish that everyone still trying to pull Shenhe the best of luck. We'll see you on the next one. Take care.
So, we have enough to do with Michelle being level 64 and 3/4. I believe tomorrow is book reading also. Is it tomorrow or is it the day after? It is 2 days. Actually, oh well. That was a fun Genshin run tonight. But now I'll go back to Landscape and beat it. As I go through my current master quest cape. I think I might just keep the music on to actually get to a grind. Having a Lorehound summoned. Oops. Do I get the monkey from... Where's their background? I didn't think there would be no workshop. There's a monkey on the quest item used from the monkey on the quest on the quest. There was a monkey from So we need a green, the monkey sneak, and a ton of bananas. I think we can, I'm gonna pick bananas. Wait, what? I can't teleport with it on? That's dumb. No teleporting. That's a long time now. Doesn't help. One and 56. God damn it. I can't skip the dialogue. Long term, yes. In the short term, probably not. There's just another thing there that comes to look for. bananas constantly. Every single time this damn monkey speaks, it takes away my banana. Damn it. Can it be called deforestation or defruitation? Monkey saying it's tired is the same thing as Paimon saying it's tired. Good lord. Why does the banana disappear? What did? god. I'm sure I'm not wasting any money doing this, but why you gotta take my banana? Like it's repeating like a lot of songs. I think I'm just gonna buy bananas.
You done well, man.
What is the point when I'm bananas? $1,000. Feeling that no one's actually gonna be selling bananas that much.
You done well, man.
I have to do one by Can I put bananas on my bar? No, I can't. That is so dumb. Damn it. Still ate the banana. Stop cutting the banana. I mostly don't want to do this on a smaller screen. Actually, I might be.
云锦呢，是我们 IP 方面比较早着手构思的角色之一，它的定云锦呢，是我们 IP 方面比较早着手构思的角色之一，它的定位是我们璃月港内的一位艺术工作者。在这个阶段呢，我们选择了戏曲这个关键词，也希望这个词能够成为人物身上比较核心的一个设定基点。 那在我们设想中，璃月港是一个比较繁华的港口商业都市，市民生活是非常丰富的，其中自然也会包括文娱方面。那璃月民众在一天劳作之余会去做些什么呢？当时就很自然地联想到了生活中的种种参考，也联想到了传统戏曲这个要素，所以我们想试着去还原茶馆和戏台文化。基于这个想法，这一行的代表人物云锦也就诞生了。确定基点之后呢，我们的下一步是着手让它跟已经有的一些角色产生关联，通过构架这个人际关系、细化地区文化背景的方式，让这个角色的形象变得饱满和清晰。我们为云锦构架的社会关系中有2条是跟2位已经成型的角色建立关联，行秋和钟离。这2位角色呢，见多识广，云游四方，结识云锦也是非常自然的。此外还有一个角色就是星夜，一个热爱摇滚的艺术家和一个戏曲表演艺术家，这2个角色之间呢，如果能够产生关联的话，我们认为是一个比较有趣的碰撞，并且这种碰撞也一定不是竞争或者辩论的关系，而是互相欣赏的关系。云锦虽然是一个传统的戏曲工作者，但是呢，这并不意味着他只关注跟自己工作本身有关的内容，他的骨子里还是一个非常能够接纳然后欣赏新鲜事物的人。在他的认知里，接触更多更新鲜的事物是一种有益的行为，能够拓展自己的眼界，吸收新鲜的知识和文化形式。通过这种碰撞和学习过程，他自己的表演和整个知识体系都会更加的完备。所以从这个角度来讲呢，云锦是一个既有传承精神也有创新精神的角色，他身上的这种多元性也体现在了我们角色设计的方方面面。
早在璃月初期构架的时候，原画就考虑过要做一个含有戏曲要素的角色。这个想法呢，正好跟 IP 也不谋而合。讨论过后，我们就开始着手云锦相关的设计内容了。从原神的角色角度出发，他们本身都是真实生活在提瓦特大陆上的人。那云锦作为璃月港的居民，除了从事戏曲工作外，也有着自己的日常生活。那它的外形设计有几个重点，就在于既要能看出职业，还有一定的戏曲要素，又同时要有亲切感和日常感，并且符合人物性格。另外还有非常非常重要的一点是，必须能带给玩家新鲜感。所以云锦的常服设计就比较有挑战性了。不过我们已经习惯被这种有挑战性的事情折磨了。首先云锦是个非常有个性的姑娘，虽然她出生在传统家庭，又从事与戏曲相关的、有着悠久历史文化的工作，但却很欣赏对梨园来说非常新潮的摇滚。从这种性格特质入手，我们参考了历史上很多文学作品里边，既有成就又有自己想法的女性，比如花木兰啊、穆桂英、梁红玉这类角色，参考了她们戏曲装扮来做设计。期间出了很多方案吧。在配色上尝试过用传统戏曲服饰的大红大蓝这类配色，但考虑到云锦的个性，最终我们为她设计了这套含有蓝这类配色。但考虑到云尝试过用传统
I prefer the other colors to her original outfit, to be honest. Especially the blue one. That'd be cool.
戏曲服饰的大红大蓝这类配色，但考虑到云锦的个性，最终我们为她设计了这套含有戏服元素又与传统色彩印象有所区别的日常服装。知识上，我们考虑到了她的年龄和性格，同时又要满足日常以及战斗的动作需要，避免魔性穿插嘛。最终选定了这套半裙的设计。细节设计方面，我们把很多传统要素融入到了日常装扮里边，比如旗袍上的绒球、领子、云肩，还有下摆飘带等等，并使用了云纹和方式纹来做点缀。我们希望通过这类把传统要素趋于日常化的设计，来使角色更具亲和力，从而是让大家从不同的渠道稍稍接触戏曲文化以及戏曲艺术。如果能借此产生兴趣，适当体会到戏曲的魅力，那就更好了。
云锦其实在2018年左右就已经完成了3D 的制作，但正式出厂前，我们发现最终品质和现在的要求相比还存在一定的差距，所以我们又对它进行了一些迭代和打磨。比如早期的原画设计其实并没有考虑到游戏内摄像机存在的一些广角畸变。云锦本身的头饰设计极富特征性，但存在广角畸变就会使得它成为一个问题，使得它和其他角色相比起来投入性非常大。 这种对于最终效果不可控、不能达到一致的情况，让原画设计和 3D 修改就变得非常麻烦。
为了提高制作的直观性和准确性，我们找工具组开发了一款能够让玛雅与引擎之间实现实时同步的工具。有了新工具，我们在模型修改的同时，就能及时观察到真实游戏环境下的最终视觉效果，这样就不会盲目否掉原先的设计，能够更好地配合原画，准确快速地调整出理想效果，大大降低了沟通和修改的成本。同时，这种优化也能让我们之后的设计和制作流程更高效化、更准确。
云锦整体的美术设计在 3D 制作方面来说，相对还是比较简单的。那头发和披肩部分对于动画来说表现是非常不友好的。为了尽可能避免动画过程中出现不合理的不美观的模型穿插，我们进一步调整了护心的绑定和骨骼动画。此外，云锦的眼妆都是比较特别、比较浓烈的，这是之前角色没有出现过的情况。由于眨眼动画的时候拉伸会比较厉害，为了不显得违和，我们又和原画一起尝试了调整基板设计，尽力让最终的表现效果更加的完美。
为了配合角色设计，表现出更丰富的卡通渲染效果，我们研发了动态脸部阴影贴图，来让脸部的光影转变效果更加自然稳定。同时，角色身上也改用多层阴影色，来表现原画中手绘处理的一些美术效果。金属部分的质感，我们也有别于其他游戏的 PBR 做法，采用了更偏向手绘赛璐璐风格的金属感，但纯赛璐璐的色块表现会导致它的阴影里写的细节过少。所以贴图绘制方面，我们也加入了更多明暗细节处理，要画到什么程度才算合适，这一点很难把握。我们跟原画一起尝试了很久，争取把握住最好的那个度，否则万一太过了，画面效果会变得非常像糊涂的感觉，而这并不是我们想要的。
角色渲染方面呢，我们也在不断的迭代，陆续给角色渲染增加了自身的动态 AO、场景动态投影、场景光源、物效影响的效果，让角色更好的融入场景，使得颜色、光影更加的协调统一。但由于性能的限制，一些效果没有办法应用到移动端，这是比较遗憾的一点。后续呢，我们也会在不断的不破坏现有风格的情况下，加入更多的效果来丰富细节和质感。可能唯一比较担心的就是新能组的同学可能下班后就要来提早找我了。
说到云锦这个角色，刚看到他形象的时候，我们所有人都很喜欢，马上我们就开始很多激烈的讨论。但是大家聊太久了，不开荤也不行，所以我们就给自己定了一个命题作文，就是在璃月系它这个核心的设定下，怎么样只用一个动作就能把云锦的独特气质传达出来。那说到璃月系，很自然就会去联想到戏曲文化的相关内容。同时问题也来了，就是我们对戏曲文化了解的还不够深，但是呢，做动画设计是一定要有敬畏之心的，所以大家还是花了不少的时间去恶补了相关的内容。在这个补习的过程中，我们发现戏曲中的亮相动作非常有借鉴价值，原因是因为这类动作它短促有力，然后有停顿感，不仅能够塑造角色的形象，又能够形成鲜明的记忆点，非常适合去融入到我们的战斗设计里面。
在了解戏曲文化的这个过程当中呢，我们注意到就是演员他在上场和下场的时候都会有一段亮相动作。为了展现出这一特点呢，我们在实际的制作当中，我们就先确定了它的叙事流程，就是把它的整个战斗动作想象成它是一段完整的表演，让整段普攻的开始和结束对应演员的上场和下场。为此加入了单刀亮相和双刀亮相的设计，并且呢酌情修改了它亮相动作的一些细节和节奏，让这个动作更符合它那个少女的气质。云锦元素战绩的机制，按照策划的设计描述是通过蓄力打出全力一击的这么一个玩法，所以我们很早就确定了全力一击这个特点。另一方面，云锦的动作风格融合了戏曲元素，表现又要足够的优雅，而怎么把优雅很好的融入到这个攻击方式里呢？这确实给我们的设计产生了一些阻力。当然有问题我们就尽力去给它解决。在我们看了大量的参考和素材之后，我们选择了旋子这样一个动作作为它的基本形式，同时加入了一些古典舞和传统武术的特点。 又让这个动作在保持优雅的同时，又能体现出强劲的力道。在最终呈现的效果中，我们可以看到，就是云锦通过摆臂带动腰身，在旋起来的同时挥出长枪，使得它整个动作看上去线条舒展，起伏轻盈。那像这样的修改和打磨，我们其实还做了很多，最后才呈现出云锦独有的一套动作风格。那除了战斗，我们还想通过它的待机动画来讲述云锦这个角色他本身的故事，让他看上去更有人情味。而云锦这个角色呢，他又是一个对自身的艺术造诣很有追求的这么一个人。为了更好的体现这一点啊，我们很深入的再次学习了很多戏曲文化相关的知识，最终围绕一段五花腔来展开设计。不过动画设计在尊重文化作品的同时，除了自身的表达，我们也要考虑客观条件的限制。比如其中一段踢枪，灵感来源自打出手这么一个动作。它其实是由上把为中心，也就是主角，另外有几个下把互相配合。光靠云锦一个人他是做不出来的，所以我们很小心的保留了这个概念，让它像踢毽子一样，就是自己踢自己接，就是改编成了一个人也能完成的版本。
在云锦的角色设计中，我们借鉴了一些传统的舞蹈和戏曲，但同时它作为璃月角色，我们也从璃月地区的整体动作风格中提炼了一些设计要点给它。如果要去概括璃月地区的整体化设计关键词的话，我觉得圆美两个是最适合的。南齐诗人谢条有一句词叫做好诗圆美，流转如弹丸，它形容的是一种诗句上的行文流畅。而在云锦的设计中，这种流畅它不仅仅是指的是动画表现上的圆转流动浑然天成，其实我们更希望的是云锦的招式设计能够呈现出它本人得体优美的一面。进一步的，圆美这两个字也代表了我们想为玩家带来优质体验的美好愿望。
云锦是一位很有灵性的表演者，他登台的时候呢，不会只按照流程表演，需要他来进行临机应变的时候，他也是会有非常不错的即兴发挥的。比如说在原有的戏曲唱段基础上加入他自己特有的解读。我们2.4版本主线剧情里的神女劈关这段戏就是一个非常集中的体现。在1.1版本中，璃月是处于一个交接的关键期，但在我们2.4版本中经历了这么久的积淀，我们希望能够在故事面貌中适当刻画出人质这个时代的特点。那我们游戏里面已有的关于戏曲的内容以及大世界所投放的文本，很多讲的都是魔神战争时期的故事，这些在游戏世界内大多也都是璃月普通人耳熟能详的故事。那云锦作为璃月的新生代艺术家，他所拥有的艺术创作流向既是由外向内，又是自内向外的，所以会自发地反映时代精神，也就是人的时代这个主题。所以他本身会更倾向于创作一些有关人的故事，这也是云锦对自身的艺术要求。他的作品和艺术态度都会比较符合当下的璃月港年轻人的心态。
神女劈冠到这里本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，唱与诸位听。
在我们的设定里呢，云锦唱的是璃月戏，这是一种流传很久的戏曲形式。尝试创作相关的戏曲内容，对我们来说也是一个较为大胆的尝试。我个人的话呢，小时候跟大家一样，也都会收听戏曲频道，然后偶尔也会跟着家人一起去听戏。那长大以后呢，自己平常也会抽空买票到京剧院去听。那我们整个 IP 组都觉得传统戏曲的艺术魅力是很强的，那只有人到现场去听戏曲老师自己现场演唱的时候，你才更能体会到这种力量。所以确定要做这样一个有戏曲元素的角色的时候呢，我们是希望能够抓住这个机会，制造一个游戏跟传统戏曲的小小的接点， 如果能够借此让玩家朋友们稍微感受到戏曲的魅力，那就是一件非常荣幸的事情了。
那有关云锦的音频制作，当时其实最大的困难是我们的开发周期真的是比较短，需要在1个月内完成分镜设计、谱词、谱曲、想要录制、试音还有正式录制，实际上时间来说是非常紧张的。那云锦的配音呢，因为涉及到戏曲唱段，为了达到一个最好的效果，我们当时是很希望能够找到合适的戏曲老师来演绎的。不过就是大家也知道，大部分的戏曲老师都不太会涉足游戏配音这一块，所以当时要在短时间内匹配到声线、风格、档期都很合适的老师，对我们来说其实是一个非常大的挑战。所以当时我们也是决定同时去寻找有戏曲表演能力的配音演员。当然也是很幸运的，我们最后经过2到3轮的试音，找到了一位各方面都非常合适的戏曲老师，也是因此确认了现在方案，让我们的台词和唱段由配音演员老师和戏曲老师分别来演绎。当然这也是我们原神第一个尝试，有2位老师分别为同一个角色的不同台词来配音。
神女劈冠到这里本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，唱与诸位听。
那自己创作的东西被专业老师演绎出来会是什么样的效果？其实在正式录制前，我们都是只有一个非常模糊的概念。但当时在现场听到京剧老师演唱的一瞬间，就觉得哇，就是这个味儿，就是想要这种非常震撼的感觉。那这次在合作的各个阶段都跟戏曲老师做了大量的沟通，非常非常感谢我们杨老师的配合，这对我们音频来说也是一次非常难得的学习机会。
这一次合作对我来说，首先是非常新颖的一个体验，把游戏和传统戏曲做结合。在这之前，我感觉是一件很难想象的事情，但是在和原神团队接触的过程中，以及了解了云锦这个角色之后，我能够感觉到这个团队对这个角色倾注了非常多的心思和努力。如何把戏曲的魅力巧妙地融入到虚拟的世界中，融入到一个少女的形象里，大家确实下了很多的功夫和思考。很高兴能够参与到这个项目，用我的声音和我所学的专业来演绎这个角色，演绎幻想世界里的故事。通过这种形式向玩家传递我们的传统文化，也希望大家能够喜欢我的表演，喜欢上戏曲这门艺术。
就像云锦会对老戏进行翻新再创作一样，时代也在不断翻新，观众的年龄群体都一直在变化。这股浪潮不断推进，而云锦是能感知到这种文化变化的人，所以他会去翻新一些可能对当代梨乐年轻人来说比较有距离感的作品，让它变得更加容易接触感受。而我们身为游戏工作者做的事情在这个方面也算是有点类似的感觉吧。戏曲本身随着时代变化不断流变，在各种领域延伸拓展，我们也会去想，当戏曲文化来到游戏这个舞台的时候，本着保留核心精神的前提，再结合我们原神本身的世界观、语言风格和美术风格，它会在这个事业中呈现出怎样的故事呢？云锦就是我们这样的一次尝试。起先我们也犹豫过要不要把云锦做成一个和戏曲有强关联的角色。最初想到这个点的时候，心里多少是很没底的，然后也会考虑到会有些风险。但随着我们工作的不断推进，包括和各个部门同事一起的研讨和戏曲老师的交流，我们就越发感觉到戏曲文化真的是博大精深，有着令人惊叹的深度和广度，涵盖了我们中国人所能感知到的许多事物。我们很想用自己的方式来致敬这门古老的艺术。作为一个中国游戏团队，我们怀着敬畏之心，努力把一些我们觉得比较好的东西，一些来自不同文化的元素化用到这个包罗万象的幻想世界里，让各个地区不同文化背景的玩家都能试着去接触体验。我们游戏作为一种大众娱乐载体，受到许多条件限制，很难去承载戏曲艺术千百年来的厚重积淀。但如果有机会通过原神这种较为通俗、容易被人所接纳的娱乐形式，让更多人知道有中国传统戏曲这种非常好的艺术结晶存在，甚至借此产生对这门艺术本身的兴趣， 进而去接触真正的戏曲文化的精髓。我们觉得，如果能够起到这种浅显的引入作用，就已经是非常非常值得的了。云锦是在海灯节上线的角色，正好赶着我们中国人的春节。过年的时候，就着年夜饭的烟火气，打开电视或者电脑、手机听听戏，也算是很有中国味的事情。在这里呢，就希望大家可以在游戏内外都感受到节日的气氛，在原神的陪伴下度过一段愉快的时光。
Interesting. Yes. Oh, I forgot a spade. What a blow. Is that a smack for demons? The brave. Exactly what I do. Enough. Probably should just take a measure and all. Not all English. Not surprised. Oh, here goes nothing. Oh, crap. let's not hit the more than one. Also.
Have you ever licked sweat?
You guys call that a knife? That's a knife. You're about to witness fucking murder here in Trash Taste. Follow the script. Oh shit.
We've lost the thumb there, no worries.
It's good, it's good. I just won't use that again. Ah!
Gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to another Trash Taste special.
So we here at Trash Taste are known for our shit food taste, and we know you guys are probably tired of that by now.
So we thought, why not change things? Let's go and hire a Michelin star chef to go and teach us how to cook.
So we were each taught 3 different dishes, and we not only have to learn it on the day, but we also have to recreate it as best as we can from memory.
And then after we cook it, we're going to be judged MasterChef style on how well we do in our cooking skills, which unlike not feeling confident at all,
I hope it's toast.
I can't cook, but I'm a good learner, and I always give my all. So that's what matters. That's the heart that matters.
That was probably the least confident fighting words that have ever come out of Connor's mouth.
Listen, I'm a humble man. I know what I'm going to lose.
First week of 2022, he's already lying.
Also, there might be some scenes in this that would be disturbing to some viewers, so we've had to censor the episode slightly because Joey committed murder.
Yes, I apologize. It wasn't my choice. So, if you'd like to see the full uncensored video and experience me killing a fish. Then go over to our Patreon, patreon.com/trashtaste, and you'll also be supporting us in future Trash Taste episodes and specials.
So, without further ado, here's the Trash Taste cooking special.
Enjoy.
Cooking a skill that can range from simple home chefs to those that stand at the top of the culinary world. It's an art form that can take years to perfect. So let's see what 3 idiots can learn in a day.
So we're here at the Catherine Diner Officer, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and we are about to do some cooking.
Yes.
Great.
I have had Uber Eats for the past 4 months straight.
I've had Uber Eats for the past 26 years of my life, so I've just been watching Sydney do a bunch of cooking, so I hope I can absorb Sydney's cooking skill via osmosis.
Today we're going to be learning how to cook with Michelin star chefs.
It's a real jump up, isn't it? We went from cooking toast to Michelin. Yeah, I mean, I know how to cook a cheese grilled sandwich. I don't know. Is that what it's called? I can do a good one of those.
Either way, we're going to be an embarrassment, and we're going to see who is going to be the best chef today. You could say the master chef.
I'm fucking.
Can we leave that in? Is that a branding issue?
We're not sponsored by MasterChef. All right, let's go. All right, let's see what the kitchen's like. I don't like kitchens. Oh my god, look at this place.
This is crazy. What? This is massive.
I feel like I'm on Hell's Kitchen right now. Is this what it's like going on one of those reality TV shows?
Maybe.
So these are the 2 chefs that will be helping us to hopefully be a much better chef than we already are.
Chef Koji is a Michelin star chef specializing in traditional Japanese cuisine. Formerly a chef at Yotaro, which is now closed down, he's recently opened a new restaurant, Hino Kincho Lab, where he hopes to welcome even more guests from around the world.
Chef Mac is the founder and lead guide of Maction Planet that specializes in giving authentic Japanese experiences for willing participants, like these 3 idiots.
We have something for you guys, actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god! I brought an apron, but screw that. Mine says Karen on it.
Mine says monkey.
Mine says, of course, Grant. Oh, hell yeah. I guess today I'm Chef Grant. I'm Chef Karen, I guess. Chef Karen, Chef Grant, and Chef Monkey.
Oh, that's how you do it.
How do I put on an apron?
I hate to start asking for lessons already, but how do you tie this up?
Initiative test number 1.
Yeah. Yes. I passed the first test.
Oh, no.
If they can't put the aprons on, we'll just end it now.
That's it. That's it.
Look at that. It's not just printed on. That's that embroidered stuff right there.
It's alright, we get it. It's embroidered.
It's embroidered. I love embroidered. Just say it one more time, Joe. Say it one more time. It's embroidered.
So what is the next step then? What are we doing now?
I think the first step is that we will be teaching you individually 3 different dishes.
Ooh, okay.
We're not going to tell you what they are.
Okay.
The suspense is killing me.
All you need to decide is who's going to go first.
Well, I think Joey wanted to go first, so we'll let Joey.
You know what? I'll take the ball for the team.
Yeah.
I'll go first. All right, let's do it.
I was up first, and as someone with almost 0 cooking experience, I wasn't feeling too confident.
So, Chef, is it an issue that I have basically 0 experience in the kitchen? I don't think I've ever properly cooked something. Oh, actually, no, that's like I made a chicken and Genovese pasta before, but that's really the only cooking experience I have. So
you're a brave guy.
Thank you.
Yes, because you choose the first one.
Oh, that's worrying. Okay. So, what's your experience with cooking, Donna?
I've cooked pre-packaged meals in the oven.
In order to make a really good Japanese dishes, most important factor is ingredients.
Ingredient, of course, yeah.
The most important thing is how fresh it is.
Right, right.
So from now, I'm going to teach you how to make sashimi.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Fish. I purchased from Toyosu Market.
Oh, the fish market?
Yeah, fish market. Right. Early in the morning.
Toyosu Fish Market is Tokyo's most famous fish market. Forget a home cook. These are fresh ingredients a pro chef would dream of. And to top it off, Chef Koji had a big surprise for me.
Wait, is it alive?
Yes.
Oh my god! Yo!
Flounder.
Flounder?
In Japanese, we call it makogare.
Oh wow, I don't think I've actually ever seen a flounder in real life.
I'm gonna show you how to kill it.
Hey buddy. You
think Jerry's gonna be good at it?
I don't think Jerry's gonna be good at it.
I reckon Jerry could be good, you know? Jerry's a pretty good learner, I think, when it's not cars.
Yeah. In terms of like a kitchen, there's a lot of health and safety hazards there. Probably not as much as drifting, but Connor's gonna find a way to break something, I'm sure.
Sets the kitchen on fire.
You have to cut here.
Okay.
Like this.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then after that, cut the tail.
Oh, it's very hard, isn't it?
Like this. After that, with this string, we have to break.
Jesus Christ! All right.
Break the knob here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is going through the spine.
Yes.
I guess. Okay.
The knob running by the main bone.
Right.
And we can keep it fresh longer. This technique exists especially in Japan.
Right.
So that's why we can eat a lot of fish as sashimi.
Oh, because if you kill it bad, then the meat tenses up, right? And it doesn't taste good.
Shall we move to the sink?
Yeah. Get rid of the blood.
Yeah.
While Joey was learning how to commit first-degree murder, Chef Mac kindly explains just how hard it is to be a chef.
Another British person has joined us.
We are taking over as we are, historically known for.
Oh my God.
Do you want to explain a bit about your background and history?
I'm Mac. I've been living in Tokyo for 15 years, the greatest city on earth, the world's greatest metropolis, actually, as I like to call it. A lot of people, they think, New York is the greatest city on earth, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it isn't.
New York's terrible. What are they saying?
It's typically said by people who have only been to New York by virtue of their birth.
In true trash taste fashion, not on cue at all. The first thing we do is start shit talking Americans, right?
I wasn't even prompted.
No, he wasn't prompted at all.
Normally, we take off the scale with a special equipment.
It's like a brush, right?
Yes, like a brush.
Okay.
But this one is so tiny, so that's why using this. If you take off the tiny scale.
Oh, it's turning white.
Yeah, turning
Yeah.
white.
Oh, cool. Okay. I'm sorry if you're a vegan watching this. You probably clicked off.
Typically, how much training does a chef need to go through?
Well, you know how you hear these things about these restaurants, like in the sushi restaurants, the guy's got to make the rice for 10 years before he's even allowed to touch the fish. Koichi was telling me about cutting a daikon. And he had to learn how to cut this daikon so thin and so perfectly that you could basically roll it out so that the thing looks transparent. You can see the veins in the vegetable. And this was months and months of him in the kitchen just having to cut this with the senpai, the boss chef, going, again. And he also has some Zen training as well. So kind of all of that has combined to...
What's the Zen training?
Well, so he's trained in a temple, lived in a temple for...
My God.
So to be a chef in Japan, you literally need temple training or Zen training and also cooking training?
It's more wherever you get that mindset from, there's a lot of cliche words around it, the shokunin, the craftsman, but you basically need that mindset.
Forget going through 10 years of Zen training. I was already having trouble keeping up with all the steps I needed to do.
I've cut a veal.
Oh, a little bit? Okay.
Yeah, little bit.
Oh, okay, there's the intestines, yeah.
And then...
Just pull it out?
Yes, pull it out.
Okay, so we're washing out the blood right here from the insides.
So without spoiling, how hard are the things that we're going to be doing today?
I'm also curious of this.
Pretty tough. Pretty tough.
The most important thing to keep on making good food. I mean, good dish. You have to keep everywhere clean. For your sashimi, we use deba mocho for make it into the fillet, and then we use yanagi for sashimi.
And this is the one where you kind of have to slide like that, right? Okay.
This side of knife is on the top of the bone.
Okay.
Right.
So it kind of just goes right across. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. This is very tough.
You're doing very well. Can you feel this? Here is a bone. So, how do you say?
Ribs?
Yeah, ribs. So we have to take off the
rib bone. Hell yeah! Nailed it.
Can you feel the difference from this part and this part? Here is a very thin skin.
Yeah.
So we have to take off the thin skin here.
And this is the big boy comes in, right?
Big boy is waiting.
Big boy is waiting. I think the bone's on this. Is the bone here? Did I go straight through the middle? I might have gone.
Yeah.
I might have gone straight through the middle of it. Damn it!
Yeah.
Oh, I hear the sound.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Aqua
Let's go. That's so satisfying when you get it.
So I'm hoping that I don't do pretty well on this part. That'll mean that it's a curse waiting to happen and I'll fuck it up at the end.
The plot says Connor's going to win today because I don't think you've won a proper trash taste special yet. Some of the PC building, it's like half a special.
As an independent observer with an official independent observer white coat on, that was a legit win.
Thank you, even though I messed up a bunch.
This is the ultimate test, I feel. This is what makes or breaks a very aesthetic sashimi bowl. Japanese food culture is all about how good it looks. You gotta feed the eye before you feed the stomach, as they say. So depending on how well I cut this or how much I fuck up, is gonna depend. Look at that! That looks clean! Damn.
Yes.
Oh, let's go. Oh, we're like fully plating up. Alright, alright. So we got the radishes?
Yes, radish. This is radish.
That's a mountain of radish.
Yes. And the shape into
a bowl,
like a bowl. And put it here.
Yep.
You're so dedicated person. Oh, why don't you come to our my restaurant to?
Hell yeah! I just got a job offer.
Have you ever seen the twisted carrot?
Oh, it doesn't come pre-cut. Shit.
You cut it with this angle and put it into the water. And then...
Whoa. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. Look at that. When you put it down like that. It was very cute. Is there any like tips for the actual fight? Like what things I should look out for?
You're already great. So
cool.
Anyway, keep it clean.
Keep it clean. Okay. As the only Japanese person in Trash Taste, it is my duty, I feel, to do and pay respect to my culture right here. Sashimi is very much a Japanese culture, and I will hopefully be able to make something that you will be proud of. All right. Thank you, Sensei.
And finally, it was time to taste the fruits of my labor.
All right, well, I figured I'm going to take a bite of my first dish, or the dish I'll be making to the judges, just to see if I even did a good job or not. So let me just take that. This thing was alive until an hour ago. That's scary to think about. All right, itadakimasu. That's so good. Oh my god. All right, let me take some of the radish here.
You gotta be on Japanese TV.
Oh yeah, I gotta be on Japanese TV, right? Alright, Japanese TV, it's gotta be shaky as possible, right? You gotta zoom in on that shake. That's how you do Japanese quality. Umaso! Oh hell yeah, that's super nice. Okay, good to know. What I made tastes good. Now I just gotta replicate that again. This is gonna be hard.
We're done.
Thank you. Alright. Next person.
And next, it was my turn up. I was going to be learning a different dish, and I've never seen this fish before in my life.
Wow, that's a lot of knives.
I'm going to teach you kind of Japanese, very classic fish and chip.
I can't escape it. I used to
fish and chip without the chip. Okay.
It's a dish I'm familiar with, but doing it myself is completely different story. I was like, I never knew I was this uncoordinated until now.
Is this red?
Tile fish.
Tile fish?
Yeah, we call it amadai. This fish is common in the Kyoto. In order to make this deep fried fish, this side would be the best. The other two guys take off the scale, but for this dish, we don't take off the scale.
Perfect, nice. Okay, a little easier, a little bit.
What kind of worries me is that you said whatever you cooked was alive before you cooked it.
Yeah.
Is this your first kill in the kitchen?
It's my first kills ever. In or out of the kitchen.
Sure, he's starting his KDA right now.
In order to take off the kill, the first, we cut here.
Yeah.
Like this.
Okay, so do you hit the click?
Like that? Okay. Oh, good sound. Safe.
Nice. Okay. Oh, and then cut it through the top as well. Wow. What was that noise?
she's crying.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't say that!
In the meantime, our second guest judge had just arrived.
So we got another one of the judges today, and also our manager and boss to judge our cooking.
It's Maylene.
So we should probably explain why we asked you to be one of the judges today, because you're like one of the top 5.
The top 5%.
You're in the top 5% of Google reviewers in Japan.
But like, I've never met anyone as like dedicated to the Google food reviews as you.
Yeah, because Maylin plays Google reviews like people play Pokemon Go.
Because they have badges.
This is pretty intense. I knew I was going to kill a fish, but this is definitely more graphic than I had anticipated.
After that, you have to cut.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest sight in the world, is it? It's pretty morbid. It's bloody hell. There's a lot of blood.
So, shall we move to the sink?
Yeah, I guess we should.
So we have to.
Oh, should I leave the knife?
Yeah. So we have to.
Oh, is this a brush specifically for cleaning?
Wow. And here is another thing. So cut here. For this dish, there is plenty of scale.
Yeah.
Because we haven't taken off the scale.
See that yours is much cleaner than mine here. Is that a problem?
No problem.
No problem? All right, I'll take your word for it.
What goes into a good restaurant experience to you?
The air conditioning.
That is not the first thing people think of.
When it's hot in a restaurant, I immediately walk out.
That's literally.
Chef Koji was making the preparation look so easy. For me, however, though, it definitely wasn't.
Oh no. And then just like this? And then just...
Yes.
Yes, looks so much better than mine. I know, obviously, I'm not very good, but like, mine is so messy. Like, it's all, I've messed up all the skin and everything's just perfect on yours.
Do you know how long I have been?
I know. But I'm just saying, it's amazing. I'm trying to honor your work.
We have to take off
The bone?
The bone, like this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so like... Oh, wow.
O'Connor was trying his best to follow Chef Koji. We were trying our best to follow whatever the hell Maylin was trying to tell us.
Have you ever licked sweat?
I mean, not on purpose.
Okay, and how did it taste?
I know what sweat is, mainly.
I know, but like...
I know it's salty.
I'm really afraid to ask.
Yeah.
But when have you licked sweat?
You don't lick Sydney sweat?
Please don't tell me you Bucciarati'd your husband.
Not on purpose.
So before cooking, we should salt. We have to salt it with proper amount. You hold salt like this.
Okay.
And then shake.
Okay.
And open a little between the hand, between the finger, and then.
That's so beautiful.
If we do that on the
even,
yes, even, and also on the black board,
you can see how much you're salting. Yeah.
Exactly.
Ah, it's so pretty. It's like Christmas in the kitchen.
yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. I can feel like the salt. Yeah. Okay.
So from
yeah. Coming from here, I think I'm right out of the salt.
So maybe you should
grab more. Yeah, I'll grab some more.
I'm glad everyone can see that Maylene is like a different breed of human a lot of the time. She says some shit where I'm just like...
Yeah, have you also ever gotten in a fight with your sibling and you try to like spit on each other's face or something? Or like try to get your drool on their face, like you know.
Is that what you do?
From now, we should do the preparation for deep frying. If we put it into the the deep fried oil, so it's gonna be dangerous.
Yeah.
So because of that, there's a lot of leakage. So
flour. Is it flour? Yeah. Battering.
Yeah, on the fillet side.
Oh, very light.
So
Oh, you're very lightly frying it. Whoa! So good. How do we know when it's done?
This moment is the white.
Yeah.
But if you keep on doing, it turns into the brown.
Oh, I see it. It's already starting to brown a little bit.
And then
Whoa. And this is going to cook the fillet.
Yeah.
So if I feel no pressure in the middle, yeah, no pressure. It just goes right in. Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do during our cooking special, Maylin?
Don't sweat. Please don't sweat.
I'm going to finish my cooking, then go for like a 5-minute run and be like,
there it is. This was fun. Alright. Itadakimasu. Okay, yeah. That's really good. That's amazing. Oh my god.
Can you imagine this is a scale?
It's so nice. It adds the texture so good. The skin is so nice. Oh my gosh. I guess I'll try mine now. Is it gonna be... Maybe there's too much texture here. Who knows? Let's go to shop. So it's good though. Yours is definitely better. This is amazing. This was so fun. Even though yours looks very different to mine. This is really nice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The other two judges are actual chefs, so I'm really curious how they'll judge it. They've gone through the training and the zen.
They're not like the 5% of Google reviews though. Let's be honest.
They wish they were as high of a hierarchy as Maylene is right now in the food.
I mean, let's be honest. What's more important, having a Michelin star or having a badge that says you're a level 5 Google reviewer?
Finally, it was my turn, and as nervous as it was, at least it got me away from Maylin.
What we are cooking is completely randomized, so it's just by chance that I'm cooking Thai mesi today.
Even if I don't end up winning this or doing a good job, I feel like I learned a lot of really important skills.
Stop being wholesome, Joe. We've got to fucking trash talk, alright? I don't fucking care what you learned. It's about who wins. It's always been about who wins.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because, I mean, this is a trash day special. You're obviously going to lose once again.
Is that the fish?
Yes.
Oh my god.
This is sea bream.
This is sea bream?
So from now on, we are going to take off the scales.
The scales.
And also the internal. And then we grill it. Then we make it into the sea bream and rice.
I'm guessing this is already dead, thankfully.
I feel like Garnt is really bad at learning things fast.
It takes him a while to absorb.
Yeah, Garnt needs to go home, watch 10 YouTube tutorials before he feels confident doing anything. You know, I might fuck it up, but let's just fucking go for it.
No, I've never. This is the first time I've prepared fish fresh like this. Oh, okay, so that's completely. That's so smooth. I thought it was still alive back then, just slipping out of my hands. This is like a needle. If I don't want to get my hand anywhere near that. So what makes the best fish? What weather?
Weather and also good relationship with the owner. We are going to wash again.
Okay. Is that right? Is that not cut? Do I need to cut there? Okay, a little more. Okay, like that. And cut. This is not going as smoothly.
You can take it off by hand.
You can take it off my hand?
Yes.
But better to cut.
Yeah.
About to go full ape mode there and just like rip it off. Okay.
I think I just saw someone die.
This is a visual side.
Right.
When we put it on the pot.
Right.
So this is the bottom
funny.
Okay.
We cut here.
How sharp are these knives, by the way?
This is from Tsukiji.
Look at this. I feel like I'm holding a mini samurai sword right now. Look, this isn't a knife. This is a Hotori Hanzo samurai sword. Take off all the internal. Does it come off smoothly normally?
The top edge of the knife,
Mm-hmm.
you squeeze out.
Okay.
Yeah, it is different.
Oh god. It's not coming out smoothly. Oh no, oh no.
Using a finger,
Right.
you have to take off all of
The internals.
internal.
Me and Joey, however, weren't feeling too confident about our dishes.
So I feel the 3 common steps that we have to go through.
Rip and tear.
That too, but also just like, it's the process of filleting fish.
Like I saw that video of Gordon Ramsay doing it with a salmon, and he does it in like 5 fucking seconds, and he's like, and there you go, that's how you fillet a fish. I literally couldn't see what you were doing.
Pick up your knife, twist the knife, almost as if it's horizontally underneath the salmon, and you slice the salmon underneath, and let the knife do the work.
So let the knife do the work. Let the knife do the work. And then suddenly it's in full, amazingly cut pieces.
I'm sorry, Gordon, my knife is not sentient like yours. It doesn't have a mind of its own.
I was thinking like, yeah, I'll let the knife do the work when I was cutting it. Mate, I had to like really
barbarian, like shove that shit.
I really had to tell that knife it was balls.
As for my dish, I was having to go medieval on this fish's ass.
I would like to, how do you say?
Stab.
Yeah.
I feel like Vlad the Impaler right now. Oh my god, this is like medieval. Where do that is that right? Where's the next one go? That one? Oh my god.
Shall we grill?
Yes, let's grill. Finally, get set things on fire.
We have to grill this fish gently, not so strong power of fire.
So slow cook.
Yes, because it loses most of moisture. So after we put it into the rice and make it complete, we have to take off the bone and the skin, and then mix the meat of fish and the rice together. I prefer to have more moisture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it gets dry.
Yeah.
The taste.
The taste is not so good.
So it takes maybe 20 minutes to go.
20 minutes? I guess we're gonna cut here and you'll see what the fish looks like when it's cooked. All right, and I guess we're about to turn them over now. Okay. Let's see. Is that done? That's not white yet.
Yeah, so maybe switch the
Switch positions. Okay. Okay, and then we'll cut back to when both fishes are cooked.
Nearly.
Nearly.
It's going to be completed. So
Okay.
we put the rice into the pot.
Into the pot.
Okay.
Okay. This should be the easiest part for me.
Yeah.
I've cooked
Well,
rice many times before. Three cups of rice. Okay. Okay. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. The eyes look like they've got cataracts in it right now. That's how you can tell it's cooked. And we just take out. Okay. Ooh, these are looking like some good grilled fish right now.
Just one.
Just one? Just one.
Into the rice.
Oh, we cooked the fish with the rice.
Yes.
So far, my steps seemed pretty simple. There was no way I could fuck this up, right?
Okay, just put it. Oh no! No! It's okay, we got two fish. Oh no! What have I done? What have I done?
Don't fuck up, Garn.
Yeah, just be good.
This was such a big fucky wucky that even Chef Koji was impressed.
So the chef just told me that throughout his entire year of teaching people how to cook Thai meshu, I'm the first person that has happened to. I am the first person who's just beheaded a fish in front of him. So I'm very sorry, chef.
I was so lucky to see that happen.
Oh my
life, I will never see that happening.
Great. In his entire life, he'll never see someone fuck up as much as I did. When you cook rice, how much water normally to rice?
It depends on the rice,
Right.
and also depends on the Thai meshu.
Yeah.
The other. Normally, 3/4.
3/4.
3/4.
Yeah. Okay. My mum teach me when cook rice, you put the rice in, put the water, and the water should be about here above the rice. Is that same for Japan as well?
Yeah, so in Japan we put the hand like this. The water.
The water left like.
Okay. It's right.
Universally, if you're Asian, everyone for some reason has been taught to cook rice the same way. In Japan, it's this much. In Thailand, stick the finger in. First knuckle, you're Asian, you get it.
Technically, I've broken things special. I broke the fish's will to live.
This is the one special where you're allowed to break something.
I'm gonna leave bones in Maylene, just to spite her. I don't care if Maylene gives me bad points.
It's a sign of boiling.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, so the rice is boiling.
Yeah. And then we have to squeeze a rice a little.
Okay.
And lift
headless fish.
Yeah, a little.
Okay.
Squeeze the rice beneath.
Okay.
The Thai. Otherwise, this part is going to be very stiff.
Right.
We put hachimaki here. Wait 10 minutes.
Wait 10 minutes. Okay. Easy. I don't know why the guys are complaining.
Oh,
This
that's
is easy.
why.
I don't know. It's been easy so far. Still somehow found a way to fuck it up. But see you in 10 minutes.
When we both filleted the fish, I immediately was like, I know which one is mine.
Even when he was deboning it, somehow he took the bones out without ripping the skin. Like he'd just like massage them out like a pimple. It's like, what the fuck? Whereas when I pull my bone out, I'm fucking ripping it all apart. Like, I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, before turning off the fire,
Oh, we go full power.
Yes, 3.
Oh, 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Oh, what does that do?
Yeah, so in Japan, we think this last 3 minutes, strong fire has moisture away.
Oh, moisture. Oh, put all the moisture away.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanna talk about this stand right now. This is a very fancy looking stand.
Yeah.
All right, boys, you ready for the money shot? Wow, look at that. Oh, that smells really good.
Something was beginning to worry me. This dish had already taken twice the amount of time as the other boys, and now Chef Koji was delicately taking his time deboning this fish with chopsticks.
So now we have to take off all the bones and the skin. I'm guessing this is going to be the hardest part of the cook, right?
The meat around the cheek is really, really delicious.
So we put the meat there. Okay. I'm going to have to remember this exact order. Oh my god. Okay, I'm paying close attention.
It's easy, just take off the skin.
Okay, just take off the skin. So you must be very good with chopsticks to be able to do this with chopsticks. I'm getting pretty worried now because it seems like a very delicate thing to do. And this is way more than we do in Thailand. In Thailand, if there's a bone in the fish, we're just like, oh well, whatever. It's already in the fish. We'll find the bone when we start chewing on the food. I mean, he's making this look easy. I don't think it's going to be that easy.
When you mixing the fish and the rice together,
Mhm.
just keep on watching fish.
For bones.
Yes.
Let's have a taste. Mmm. This is perfect. As a Thai person, I'm used to putting so many sauces and so many spices into my dish. But what I love about Japanese food is that the ingredients are so good. You don't need to do much to it. Oh my god, that fish is amazing. That's all the dish, I suppose. I'm gonna hope I can recreate it as good on the Shokugeki, which I guess we're gonna be doing next. So, see you guys then.
Finally, after waiting a millennia for Garnt to finish his dish, it was time to cook.
So, we've all just finished our cooking lessons and we're about to start the Shokugeki.
The food war is about to begin.
I'm gonna make everyone naked. Sorry to interrupt you, Jerry. I just wanted to put that out there.
So all 3 of us will be cooking our own dishes all at the same time in like a battle royale type of thing. We have a 1-hour time limit. And,
Rip me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna still be here while these guys are getting serving food to the judges. How are you boys feeling?
Ready for my job. You know.
Ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
I'm trying to like memorize all the steps,
Yeah.
which it's not too many for me. So I'm wondering how you boys are feeling.
I'm gonna just, like a monk, right? I'm gonna feel it out when I get there. I've forgotten everything. I'm just gonna go into Zen mode and just feel what the fish wants me to do.
I can see why you need Zen training as a Japanese chef here, but you need that concentration, and I'll say I'll have the advantage.
May the best win, and best I mean me, because I'm on a 1-win streak right now. Let's keep it 2. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to 2.
May the best chef win. Chef Monkey, Chef Karen, let's do it.
Quit your bitching, because I'm coming to the kitchen, baby. Woo! Kill me.
These boys think they know hell? Nah, I'm gonna show them a real kitchen nightmare.
I'm here to serve up the competition.
These were the steps that Chef Koji had taught the 3 of us to follow. With a time limit of 1 hour to follow everything we were taught, what could possibly go wrong?
Be gentlemen, be civilized. You don't have to rush in the style. We'll get our fish.
Joe, what you got there? What the fuck is that?
You guys call that a knife? That's a knife.
Classic lolly lover, overcompensating.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, well, I'm pretty easy. I'm right over here.
That's pretty easy too. I'm just gonna oh my god, it's slippery.
Mine is not easy, so excuse me.
So I am the first to the sink, and I have the descaler.
The cook-off had started, but I don't think the boys were prepared to see my first challenge.
Is it alive?
It is definitely alive.
What the fuck is that? What is that?
Joey, what is that? Joey, that thing's alive! Joey, what the fuck is that?
Mine's alive, alright.
We're about to witness fucking murder here in Trash Taste.
Some of you may find the following scene disturbing, so we've taken the liberty of censoring it for you to make sure that YouTube doesn't destroy our channel. However, you can check out our Patreon if you'd like to witness this massacre caught in 4K.
What's going on?
What? Oh, Jesus Christ! What the? Oh, Joey, stop!
Joey!
Its blood is everywhere!
Joey!
Alright, got it.
Stop, Joey! It's already dead.
What the fuck?
Okay, excuse me. Coming through. Oh my god.
We can't air this. We can't air this.
While Joey was busy recreating a scene from Game of Thrones, I'd already forgotten my first steps.
Oh, this is real tough. Oh no. What have I done?
Look, it was a necessary step.
This is not fun to script. Oh shit. We've lost a thumb there. No worries.
I'm having a chill time over here. I'm just trying to. I just hope Joey has killed his fish ethnically.
I think my guy's dead. I'd like to think my guy is dead.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. I mean, half his head is hanging off, so.
I feel like I just witnessed Attack on Titan in real life here.
Yeah, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. Can you check if he's dead?
Dude, I'm not good. Look at his eyes.
I think I definitely cut in the wrong area.
All right, let me just wipe that down.
I gotta pull it out first, haven't I? Oh, I'm doing all the things in the wrong order. That's a lot of blood there, Joey.
I know. I've got to get rid of it.
Oh my god. Joey, as you can see, cleaning up the murder scene.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite done yet, actually. Okay. All right, there goes the head. And now I believe I have to use this, like, euthanasia.
I've already started forgetting my steps.
Alright, I think that is a mostly descaled fish.
Oh, that's definitely not correct. Is it here? Is it here? Nope. Is it here? Oh, it's definitely there. Okay.
Joe, what the fuck are you having Frankenstein's experiments over there?
I'm trying to euthanize it. Hold on.
No, is it not? Why is that moving? Why is that moving?
Hold on, I'm euthanizing it. Give me a second. All right, and rest in peace. All right, got it.
Fucking just reanimating the dead here.
It's all right. This thing's gonna be delicious. Mark my
It
words.
better be.
I think I've done a few errors here, boys, but it should be fine.
Connor wasn't the only one though, as it seems like everything we were shown had completely gone out the window.
Yeah, I've definitely done an error. This it's not supposed to be this bloody. There's something I have to pull out here. I remember.
How do I get out the gills again? I completely forgot. Do I just fucking rip them out? I actually cannot remember. Gills, that's it, gills.
I guess that's it.
The tail.
I've definitely done this wrong.
Chef Koji had taken the time to show us how to make the cleanest cut, but our fish was the furthest thing from that.
Fucking crime scene. Boys, this is very not right as I remember.
Jack the Ripper's like crying right now. Look at that.
I'm getting in touch with my local hero, Jack the Ripper, and I'm remembering what he taught.
Did I just cut the gut? Oh, that's leaking. That's leaking. Okay, that's. Oh my god. The gut juice.
Wait, I don't think this is what I was supposed to do.
I did not.
I don't think this is what I was supposed to do.
Wait, was I meant to cut the guts out, or was I just meant to rip it out?
Oh, okay. I totally forgot.
Was I meant to?
Yeah, I'm really lost, boys.
Yeah.
Boys, I don't know how you're feeling, but I feel like this is not what I'm meant to be doing.
No,
definitely not.
How are you guys not freaking out? How are you guys not freaking out more?
I'm kind of just like half given up, not gonna lie.
This is so difficult now. I genuinely forgot how I fucked this up so much.
Okay, hold on, I gotta clean this out more.
I feel like I got a bit of stomach juice on my fish, and I don't know if that was salvageable because I completely burst the intestines.
This top layer should not be here. It should just kind of cut off, but... Okay, hold on, I'm gonna try and get my knife in there. Oh no, I'm missing out a lot of the meat. Hold on. Shoto mate, please.
Bones galore. It's fine. Victor looks so concerned. He's like, what the fuck is Connor doing over there? Good fish, that. That's a good fish. You know how? It slaps back.
What did you say, Connor?
It slaps back. That's how you know it's a good fish. This is not what I did before.
This is definitely not what I did before.
What did I do before? Fucking start stabbing the shit out of this fish. So slimy.
Got it. There's so much meat left over. Fuck my life. Dude, Garnt's like fucking doing a Henry VIII over here on his fish. Like,
what the fuck are you doing there, Garnt, mate? Why are you impaling that shit?
I gotta impale it, okay? It needs to be impaled.
In times of stress, I had only one thing I could turn to: making Fate references.
To my fellow Fate fans, you know.
Shut the fuck up.
You know that scene in Fate Apocrypha where Vlad just uses Notable Phantasm? This is it. This is what I'm doing right now. You guys know what I mean, right?
Yeah, man.
I feel like I've missed 5 crucial steps, but we're still carrying on anyway.
Hold on. This might be a success. Hold on, boys. Hold on. This is looking good.
Gills gone. Blood sac gone. Intestines gone.
Is it supposed to come in parts like that?
You know, I'm gonna wash it again just in case. A fish can never be too clean, right?
Fish can never be too clean. Mate, it's gonna be a scale when you're done with it.
Look, all I'm saying is fishes live in water, so therefore They can never be too clean.
I swear, when I was like practicing with the chef, this thing could, cut the air.
It could sense its presence.
You could cut the air with this, and then suddenly it's in my hands and it's turned into a metal stick. Like, I can't get through this fucking fish.
Just listen to Gordon Ramsay. Let the knife do the work, innit? Just let the knife do the work.
Let the knife do the work.
Let the knife do the work. Where the fuck is the kitchen foil?
I tried to do like a clean cut. This is the cleanest I could get, and oh my god, look at yours.
That one's fine. That one's
the fine one?
This is the fine one.
Look at my one.
What, is that bad or good?
It's shit.
Where's the meat?
It's here.
That's the meat?
Supposedly.
There's the meat there, Joey, mate.
Okay, shit. How high is this flame meant to be? It was halfway. And now I wait around 10 minutes, I think.
It seemed like Garnt had a bit of free time on his hands. A bit too much because he started talking shit about my amazing cooking.
Connor,
I don't think I was supposed to waste this much.
Connor, what is that? Connor, that's wasted meat.
That's the spine there. You want it?
No.
Well then, fuck off then. Shut up.
You know, this is like good ingredients right now. This is...
I know this is good ingredients, Garnt. That's why I'm fucking it up. Oh, fuck my life. That should have come off earlier.
Ow. Okay. I hope my fish is being grilled right.
I think it's this part here that I'm supposed to cut off. So I'm gonna do that.
Surely I can't fuck up just a simple grilled fish, right? Surely. I'd be pretty embarrassed if I did.
Keep it clean. It's not clean. Nothing about this is clean.
I can see the slight stain of blood.
Yeah, nothing about this is clean.
How much meat have you wasted, Connor?
Not much at all. Why? Absolutely nothing, mate.
It looks like a very anorexic fish.
Shut the fuck up, God. Shut the fuck up. I'm fighting for my life just to get these bones out, bro.
Why is this fish two different colors? This came from the same fish. That's not right.
Cook.
It's so nice. That doesn't.
I've never been so stressed watching fire in my life. Normally, I love watching fire. Fire's great. But now, I'm seeing that the fire is not cooking this fish.
Why is God so damn loud, God? I'm trying to focus.
Finally, though, it seems like I had found some order in the chaos.
What are you doing, Connor?
Having everything go well for me, God. That's exactly what I'm doing. Just preparing the fish a little bit.
Is the meat meant to be that...
Check this shit out, boys. Check this shit out. Check this shit out. I am skinning this like a motherfucker right now. Look at that.
Are you letting the knife do the work?
I'm letting the knife do the work, baby.
Letting
the knife do the work.
Ripped all the skin.
Okay, that was clean. Look at that. That's clean. That's a clean skin right there.
I was still also making an absolute mess of things, but Garnt also had his own problems to worry about.
Okay. So while that fish is waiting, let me prepare the rice.
And cut this part off. Okay, now it looks like the same fish. I've managed to salvage this.
All right, how many cups of rice? 3 cups of rice.
Oh, Garnt gets a fucking easy job. He just has to make rice.
Oh yeah, put it in the rice cooker, Garnt.
Yeah, put it in the rice cooker. So much skill.
I know, right? Look at you guys.
It's not a lot of shit for someone who just made rice and skewered a fish.
Hey, making rice is a hard job.
I'm sorry, did you take a life today?
Just ask Jamie.
Did you take a
Oliver.
life today?
No, Joe.
Did you steal a life from an innocent animal today?
Murder isn't on my hands, Joey. There is no blood on my hands. I'm sorry.
Well, there is blood on my hands. I'm gonna go wash it off.
How long does it take to cook rice? What this is going to mean is I'm going to have to speed run the bone taking out process. I don't feel like my time's being optimally utilized here.
Meanwhile, the judges were cautiously optimistic about what we were cooking up.
What's been your tactic, Maylin? Are you going into this tasting hungry in order to get more excited about the food, or have you already eaten because you are so confident that what we're about to try is inedible?
Well, at first I was gonna go into this like hungry, but I think because we were running behind schedule, I was getting so hungry I had a sandwich. Yeah.
Ooh,
so,
okay.
But I only had like 2 bites of that sandwich.
Okay.
I don't know. How about you guys?
Well, I don't know. Originally, I just thought, well, this is going to be, my meal. But then I was hearing such negative conversation.
I had nothing to worry about, though, because I was doing a great job.
My bad.
That's why I'm nervous. That's why I'm so nervous.
Right on cue, almost as if we... I can assure viewers out there that was not planned at all.
I'm good.
What is this man doing? What is this clown doing in here?
I think someone cut themselves.
I'm good, don't worry about it.
There's no extra human flavor in it, right?
Bro, he's trying to get that human blood taste to it.
How was it teaching the three of them?
They haven't got any experience from cooking, so I was so anxious about it. But after I tried it, I found they're so nice guys. They listen to my explanation and try to understand, and also they have learned from a lot of cooking things from the YouTube.
Right, you too.
I think they will manage.
Oh, that's a lot of meat that's coming off this fish. You know what? I don't have time to worry about that.
Who was the best in the kitchen, I guess, when it came to handling the tools?
3 of them are completely the same level.
Not one is better than the other. That's interesting.
Oh shit. I think all shit, that's a lot of... You know what? The meat can go in. That's a lot of damage.
Are you alright there, Garn?
No, I'm not alright.
Oh, I love that dish that you're making. I actually really like that. I've had that before, yeah.
Yeah, Thai mishi?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Yeah, Thai mishi is really good. That's a shit one as well. Okay, let's try it again. That's
2.5. Okay.
Should be good.
Not stopping at breaking the kitchen, God was also trying to hog the grill.
And now I just fucking cook this.
Alright, now that we're basically done, just got to fry it. Oh god, I need to use that as well. How long is that going to take?
A long time.
Are you serious? What the fuck am I
There's
supposed
another
to
one
use?
there. There's another one there.
You can't use that one? I think I have to use that one. It's tied to...
You have to use this one?
Yeah, because I'm using the deep fat fryer oil, so there's no way you can go on that with the cage.
We're gonna have to take the cage off. Hold on, I don't need to use the cage anymore.
This feels like an oversight. We should have had 2 stoves.
Well, that sounds like your guys' fucking problemo.
Why is there bricks next to it? That's not good.
That's for the grill.
Okay. How do I turn it on? How do you ignite it? Oh, all the way.
So what are you making, tempura?
Tempura?
You're deep frying it.
Yeah, you don't deep fry tempura.
Deep fry tempura?
What are you on about, mate? Batter that nicely. Fuck it up. Get it all nicely battered.
I think my rice is still going to be cooking by the time it's over.
It's good for you, isn't it? Should have thought about that.
Yeah, sounds like your problem, mate.
While the boys were still stressing out over who was going to get the grill, I was already putting on my finishing touches to the dish.
I'm almost done.
Seriously?
You're almost done?
Mm-hmm. Alright, where is the... Excuse me. Out of the way.
I don't know what you're in a rush for, Joe. You're almost done.
He's got no worries in the world.
Yeah.
I gotta add my own spin to it, right? Yeah.
What's that?
Are they all hitting me?
Shitting all over it.
I'm going to have about 5 minutes to debone this fish.
Sounds like a you problem, Garn.
That does sound like a you problem, Garn.
What are they doing? I just hear noise and things dropping on the ground.
Yeah, there's some dropping. There's been some abuse of each other as well.
Aggressive words.
Some aggressive words, some flowery language. Let's see what comes out though. 20 minutes to go. Very exciting.
Look at that nice sweat. Look at that. That's some nice seasoning. That's some nice seasoning from Maylin there.
That's disgusting. He's vile. Garn's vile, mate.
It is. That is not real.
I love this fish. It's good stuff, eh?
Yeah, it is good stuff.
I'm doing a little improv right here.
It is.
Gonna put some twisty devil horns on it.
Good stuff, eh? So I'm going to be frying this.
Twisty
Make a
devil.
really nice effect when we fry. I'll show you. Give you a little masterclass of sorts. Welcome to Connor's Kitchen, lads. Step 1, don't burn down the house.
Good advice. Alright, dish up.
Oh wow,
Are you
Joe's
done?
done. All right, go take it over, Joe.
Oh, Joe, what's that? What's that, Joe? What's that?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, what the fuck? He's Japanese. Hold on, I'm gonna watch this. Gonna grab it, as so.
First time. Easy.
Put that there for now. And then we're gonna hope this works. Where the fuck do I put this?
This was it. I had finished my dish, and it was finally time to show the judges. To say I was nervous is a bit of an understatement.
Omatase shimashita! The devil's flounder. So the motif for this dish is that I have used the twisty carrots as little devil horns, little radish devil in the middle.
You seem so nervous.
I'm sweating my ass off right now.
Wait, doesn't that mean there's extra flavor?
There is extra flavor.
Oh no! Why am I so nervous? Why am I so nervous?
I never imagined that you're going to use these twisted carrot just like others.
As a horn. This is the first time Maylene is ever having anything I prepared.
Oh, it's boiling everywhere.
So why don't you just put it in straight away?
I don't know. That's what the chef did.
Okay.
That's what he told me to do.
Is that boiling? That's almost bubbling.
What are the odds of a grease fire?
Please don't set anything on fire, Connor. I'm trying my hardest, mate. God, I'm trying my hardest over here. This is really hot now. This is really. Oh Lord!
Oh.
I know Milanese. That's a good O.
Maybe it's a bit thick, it's a bit much to chew, but it's actually good because I like chewing on things. I feel like the more I chew something, it slowly releases other flavors in my mouth. So I like chewing on things, so it's good, but wow.
That's a somewhat positive review from Maylene.
While Joey was impressing, I still had to find a way past my biggest obstacle, the laws of physics.
All right, now I gotta wait 10 minutes for this rice to cook. Maybe if I turn up the heat a little bit, just a little.
How much more have you burned up the heat, Carl?
Well, the finesse of my dish is just gone because I don't have time to finesse this dish.
I've never been more nervous in my life.
You are amazing. Never expected you can do this.
I think by the time I take this dish off, Connor's already going to be finished.
This looks beautiful, gentlemen. I've got to say, this just looks fantastic.
Let's see what all this fuss is about.
Honestly, the acceptance from Koji feels better than any acceptance I've ever had from my parents. I'm just saying that right now. No offense, parents.
Oh my!
That was very Japanese TV of you.
I'm auditioning for a role, Fuji Television, if you're watching. In terms of what Koji's taught you, I think you've done a pretty good job. I mean, practice makes perfect. The things you would have to work on over time, I think, is cutting that fish, you know, with the grain. Maylin, you commented on the chewiness. Oh. You need a balance between, you know, making it chewy, but also making it light. That takes years to master. I mean, to be honest, I'm disappointed you didn't master it in the hour that you've been given.
Jesus, high expectations.
But pretty good job.
Oh shit! I forgot a step. I just remembered. He put the towel over it to make it go faster. That chopsticks. Just make sure everything's prepared before I speed run this deboning that we're about to do. I gotta wait another 5 minutes. Oh God. I'm not gonna make in time. I already know I'm not gonna make in time.
I'm going to give this 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Joey, I think you've done a fantastic job. Really love the presentation. For me to score you higher, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more care taken on the cutting of the fish. But other than that, it's a fantastic job given it's your first time making flounder sashimi, which is a very hard type of sashimi to make. So congratulations.
Thank you. All right, Maylene, I promise I won't hate you no matter what score you give me.
I hope they take their time so Connor can present his dish, and while they're judging Connor's dish, I can still finish my dish. So guys, take your time. No worries about it.
Something that kind of was a little off-putting for me, despite it being very delicious and very cute from afar, where there are some remnants of scales. If I were to order this at a restaurant and then I see a scale or I happen to get a piece of the scale on the fish and then I feel it in my mouth, I would kind of be like, oh, that's a little fishy. Because I know scales are kind of fishy and they just ruin the flavor right away. I happened to actually grab a piece that didn't have the scales, so the only issue was, yeah, the thickness and probably the way it looks on the plate. It's kind of, what do you call it? Not cleanly cut, but yeah. It tasted really great. Gosh, what should I give it?
I'm not gonna say anything, just what do you think?
7?
We take those.
We'll put it on there. Time to fucking speed run deboning this.
Jesus Christ, this man's got a Donkey Kong crate for his food.
Honestly speaking, I'll just give you 0.10.
10?
I want.
Oh, you want to?
I want.
I was gonna say, Jesus Christ.
Because this is your first time. So, probably one of the most difficult parts of making sashimi is take off the skin.
Yeah.
So, how did you do that?
It's funny because the skin taking part was the only part I did perfectly. Like, I don't know, I think I'm really good at taking off the skin because that was the only part where I just went shh, and it was perfect. Yeah. I don't know how I did it either, but I did it.
I give you 10.
Yes! Hell yeah!
Because, of course, the thinly sliced sashimi is really good. I found this thickness was really good. Maybe I should try this thickness because the chewing is really good. And also, from the point of view of chef, so the big concern about this sashimi was take off the skin. So he managed it.
After I finally managed to get God off of the grill and complete my dish, it was time for my judging. And to say that I was not confident would be a lie, because I was extremely confident that I would win.
God, what do you think of my dish before I go and send it off?
It's great, Con. It's great.
Fantastic. That's what I love to hear.
Thank you guys. Oh my god. Dude, I'm so fucking proud of myself for that.
They're fucking clapping? They clap? Bro, they'd be cheering when I come in.
I just managed to get a 25 out of 30. So let's see. Oh, I think Connor's ready. So let's move on to Connor's dish.
Kerry got 25 out of 30 points. Fuck, man.
Bon appetit, gentlemen. It's gonna be nice. All right, here's my dish. I don't know how good it is. We'll find out.
Why is it so scary, actually?
Because it looks like teeth.
I'm looking forward to trying this one.
It's amazing.
Let's rewind back a bit, because while Connor was being judged, I had to debone my fish and make it presentable. It took a Michelin star chef about 15 minutes to do what I had to do in 3 minutes.
How am I going to debone this? I've got to figure out a way to debone this as quickly as possible.
All right. Itadakimasu. Ooh, smells good.
Yes, right. This is coming. I wasn't nervous, but I'm nervous.
I want to hate it, but it's good.
Yes, Larry likes it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
I've completely ruined this dish. I'm done. I've gone out of time.
This tilefish, the amadai, is another fish that can be tough to work with. When you're creating this kind of agate fried version of it, it can be tough to get the balance between, the delicious oiliness, the reason why we love fried food, but then not, overly do it. But I'm very impressed. I will say surprisingly impressed.
Yes. I got a 10 from the sensei himself, so hey, win or lose, I feel good. I'm more confident in the kitchen now, for sure.
This is a complete disaster. I'm sorry, chef. I'm so sorry.
I think the taste was great. Very heavy though, kind of definitely on the oily side, but probably because it's very difficult to get the balance. Me personally, I have like a phobia of scales.
I've been shut up.
The last moment when I closed my eyes, just don't think about the scales. The textures were just amazing. The piece that I got had a lot of scales, but that felt very nice. The texture is very great. Just the bottom bit was a little undercooked, but the top, if you focus on the crunch, you kind of forget that it's kind of still soft at the bottom. The flavor, amazing. Oil, the little oily presentation was awful. It was just like he fried things and threw it on there, so I felt like there's no care at all.
I'm trying to pick the parts of the rice that don't have bones and skin in it, because I know that's bad.
Actually, just Mary said it's a little bit oily. This deep fried fish is going to make oil a little bit worse so quickly because it contains a lot of water. The water is going to make oil worse.
Right, okay.
So,
gotta be careful.
Okay.
If you want to up visual points, that red tray looks...
Okay, I'll up the visual points.
What about those all-important scores? Let's start with Koji-san. How are you going to rate this?
I would like to score this 10, but
no,
maybe 9.
Okay, I'll take it. That's good. That's great. I mean, I'm happy with that.
I find little ball. This is the only reason why.
I deserve that. I deserve that. Thank you.
Okay, before Connor goes into a deep bow of apology for his bone, Mei-Lin.
I would say taste was a 10. The feeling it left me, a 4. I didn't like the way the oil felt. Presentation was quite terrible, but the taste was so, like, there.
Who's the harshest in yours in terms of judging?
Mei-Lin.
Of course.
But gosh, what do I want to give it?
Be honest, Mei-Lin.
6, 7, 6, 7, 6. Can we do decimal, please?
No, round up.
Round down.
Round up or down?
I don't know. You didn't put enough thought into the plating.
There's not much I can do, really. It's just 4 pieces of fish.
He's giving you attitude.
Okay, 6, 7.
Just give it a 6.
6. I'm sorry.
7.
I'm
It's a
sorry.
7. It's a 7.
I'm not looking forward to presenting my dish.
I also agree it was a little bit oily, but hearing Chef Koji's explanation that you reused the same oil from before, that's put you at a disadvantage. So I can't mark you down for that. Instead, I can judge you based on the ingredients you had to work with. I think you've done a fantastic job. So actually, I'm going to give you 8 out of 10.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what does that put me at? 23?
Finally, my time had come. I just had to hope that my disaster was successfully covered up.
It's just rice?
It's time issue.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
I was mostly watching these guys cook, and I had very little time to prepare the dish in the time given. I hope I didn't miss any bones.
All right, itadakimasu. Ooh.
This is way more nerve-wracking than I thought it was going to be.
Got a layer of oil on my face that I can't get off.
I just took a bite of Connor's thing and my lips are fucking holy shit now.
Are we allowed to comment? No.
Oh my god, that's not a good sign. Oh no.
I'm getting this strange texture.
Maylin, you think the rice is undercooked?
Or it's not the texture I like, but the flavors are really good.
She's going to be nice. She likes God.
I'm going to leave right now.
God's a favourite child.
Koji-san, while Maylin's composing herself for the Judgment of Paris here, what do you think?
They amaze me again. You try to pick up the bone as much as you can. I can feel your, courage.
Oh my god, my heart is beating so fast now.
Every single dishes are so amazing. So that's why my judgment is always too positive.
No, it's a good job. We've got good cop here, bad cop in the middle.
Really, it's so harsh.
For me, Gun, it was tough for you because this is actually one of my favourite things to eat ever. I've eaten this many times at Koji's former restaurant, Yotaro, and now in his current home, Hinokicho Labo. I will travel a long way for this incredible dish, this tai meshi, and I think you've done a pretty good job.
Thank you very much.
You should be very proud of yourself.
Proud of yourself? Fuck you.
I'm wondering if some of that texture that Maylin isn't liking is just that the rice is a little bit too al dente, maybe?
Basically, after boiling the soup stock, we have to turn the light down, wait for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then after that, we turn off the fire, and then we have to wait another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So this is the basic rule. But he hasn't got the time.
No, I know.
So that's why, Mary, you're right. So this is not a little bit stiff. But because of that process, he cannot manage it.
So if he had maybe 10 more minutes, maybe.
Yes.
But Maylin's going to be like, well, hearing that, I have to give a 10. Yeah. It's like, fuck off, man. You fucking love it.
Before Maylin says her judgment, I'm just saying I'm like so pleased with the wonderful feedback from the two chefs right now. I can't really describe this feeling right now.
I just hope God does worse than me. It's not fair that I lost. I did the best.
This is like when my parents praised me almost. I know exactly how Joey feels now.
You went over time, so you should be penalized for that.
I was looking at Koji and Mac's bowl, and I guess all the grains of rice were put in the middle nicely. Mine were just like you took the paddle or something, and you were like this. So I felt like you were in a rush in a lunch kitchen or something. Hurry up and serve the food. Is that how it was? No, it was an accident. Flavor was really good. There was one bone. Presentation was not good.
Just say if you like the fish.
And it was undercooked. I'm sorry, Garn. It's a 6.
That was a 6? That was a 6? I'm happy. I'll take the 6.
Don't you mean a 4? At least that was a 4 expression, Maylin. What you want about?
The flavors were really good. I'm sure it would have been fixed if you cooked it just a little more.
Do everything perfect. She just doesn't like the food. Because that's her taste. I get a 7, sorry.
Garn is a favourite child after all. You never stood a chance.
I was expecting a lot worse. I'll take a 6.
Are you kidding me? This is so biased. What the fuck? The difference in criticism to the score is shocking. What? I can't believe this. This is so stupid.
You got a 6 too.
Literally, Mayleen's criticism, like, it's not cooked, it looks shit, everything's awful, 6, same as Connor's. What?
Connor's being salty again, as usual.
Unlike Maylin, I don't poo-poo everything the minute I eat it. It normally takes a few hours. So for me, you were doing well. You're almost on track for a 9 until that last mouthful that I took, because I was loving it so much, had a fairly sizable bone in it.
Oh no.
I'm gonna have to give you in line with the other guys and score you an 8, which you should be pretty proud of.
Thank you very much. You're too kind.
What's he saying? If he gives him a 10, I'm gonna spring.
The texture is really good. You told me your mother taught you, you know. Yeah, how
the finger trick, yeah.
Bring out the mum story. Bring out the mum storyline. How much did it be there? I didn't have that. That's not fair.
I can't believe he's playing with his emotions to get points.
Thank you, Mum. Oh my god, Mum, you saved me today.
So I would like to give you 10, but
Bone.
I found the bone. So I'm gonna give you 9.
Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
8, 6, and 9. 23.
That means I won! Let's go!
Congratulations, anyway. Great.
You know what? Considering what I thought I would get once I walked up here, I will take the 23.
Hey, it's all right, Gon. You tied with Connor.
Yeah. It's absolute joke.
Come here, Connor.
No, I don't want to see you.
My fellow man.
How much you pay Maylene, huh? How much you pay Maylene, huh? Fuck off.
Well, guys, looks like I came out on top today. The guy with the least amount of experience behind the kitchen is the winner. Let's go.
I've come up with a few excuses. First of all, I think the fact that you went first, you get all the 10s, all the 9s, and then they're like, oh, we gotta scale it back, you know?
You guys should have probably hurried up then.
I'm sorry I can't, change the laws of physics, Joey.
Hey, at least I didn't come with a fucking, my mum taught me cooking sob story.
Yeah, it was this fucking sob story pulling out at the end. All this shit.
Look, I'm just happy I didn't come last.
I should have told that story actually how I saved that orphan who had cancer with his fish.
Look,
I think that would have got
you,
10.
you know how reality TV works. You obviously should have done this before.
So it was 23, 25, 23.
Yeah.
How, I mean, listening to both of the criticisms that Maylene gave, there was a stark difference in what was being said.
Like, this sounded like a 7, and this sounded like a 2.
And what Maylene's only excuse that she had that she didn't like it, he made it a good reason as to why. And what's up with that? I got cucked. See what I said right from the start?
Look, I don't make the rules of the game, I just play it. Connor can continue being salty, as he always is, but, you know, what can I say?
Look, it doesn't matter. I came out on top. I got the W. That's all that matters. Whoa, what's that?
What is this?
Especially prepared for the loser, but since we have 2 losers for this competition.
Well, I'm not the loser, so I'm gonna just hang back and enjoy the show.
So I've been made to suffer again by Maylene. This is an atrocity.
Why don't you two close your eyes so that you don't see it? I'm gonna figure out what it is.
Let me guess, it's the dangerous pufferfish that kills you.
If this is another bug, I'm going to just leave right now.
All right, I'm gonna put it in your hand. You got.
Don't touch it.
Is it alive?
No. All right, boys, ready?
Yes.
No.
You're just gonna take one big bite, all right? Just put it in your mouth. In 3, 2, 1.
It's not bad.
No, I like it. It's pretty good.
What the fuck?
Not bad. Things are like a bit burnt, a bit salty.
I've lived in Japan for long enough to know that hopefully it won't surprise me what it is.
Okay, what is it? What is it called?
What do you think it is?
Tarantula. You're kidding me.
That's tarantula?
Why does it taste good? I'm so glad I didn't see it.
Wait, what did it look like?
It looked like the moment he cut it in half, it was just like 3 hairy legs just came out.
Why didn't it taste like a spider should taste?
I don't know. I feel like if you guys actually saw it, you would have shit yourselves.
You know what? I'd fuck with it. I'd fuck with tarantula.
Whoa!
What the fuck? That's what I just ate?
That's what you just
That's
say.
it.
Look at that.
Did you cook it or was it just put it in?
He literally just put it in.
Is this a normal dish?
No, I've never tried.
No, what?
That could have been awful. You know what? That was probably the best forfeit I've done on Trash Taste. Ingredients: tarantula, salt. So apparently tarantula just tastes like burnt wood. But of course, we couldn't do this special thanks to our wonderful teachers.
Yeah.
The lovely chefs, Koji and Max. Come on in here. Thank you so much.
Honestly, they're the real MVPs for the special. I guess Joey is now retired as a YouTuber. Bye-bye anime. Michelin star chef, here he comes.
Right, I guess we haven't got anything else to say. I mean, back to the studio, I guess.
Back to the studio.
Bye. Well, boys, I finally got my dub.
What a load of bullshit.
I finally
what
got
a
my
load
dub.
of bullshit.
God,
bro.
Gon, I didn't know Protagonist felt this good.
Oh my god, yeah, this is this is obviously just your Japanese cheating blood, just like giving you the W.
I've
man.
gone from side character to protagonist just for today.
All I will say is I think Malin's got the wrong job working here at Geeks Plus because she would have an amazing time working at IGN.
No, I think so. Or
Yeah, she really did pull like a 7.8 out of 10 too much water shit on you. Like, even I was watching on the sidelines, I'm like, oh, that's harsh.
You know, if you actually check Maylene's LinkedIn now, it actually show you that she worked at a bullshit farm because that was the load of shit. I can't believe that, man. I'm actually, it's like 2 months later since it happened, and I'm still angry about it.
The one thing, though, I am a little bit sad about is the fact that even though I did get the dub, like, you can't even see half my process.
No, I'm just like happy that I didn't become full last, you know,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I just had zero time to work with, and that was probably the most stressful 5 minutes of my life trying to debone this fish.
All I'm glad is that no one actually like cut their fingers or anything like that. Like no blood that wasn't fish blood was spilled.
I was gonna say,
There blood was definitely spilled.
There was fish blood that was spilled, but no human blood, thank God.
I feel like we like murdered half of the Amazon rainforest doing this as well. Like tarantulas, fish, like the entire wildlife's gone.
I'm telling you, I can't watch Finding Nemo again. You know, I can't do that, man. I can't do that anymore.
Without licking my lips, at least.
that dentist scene could have been a lot darker. Right? Also, that tarantula actually didn't taste that bad. Maybe because he presented it too well.
Yeah, he like I saw him preparing it, and before he threw it into the bed of rice, I was like, "Oh man, the boys are not going to enjoy this." But then it came out looking like something I'd pay like $5.50 for at a bar.
It was
right?
pretty damn delicious.
Yeah.
You know what?
This is how like dogs feel when they get medicine, right? I couldn't even taste it. If you'd asked me what it was, I'd have been like, I would have been like, I don't know what it is. I'll take the big pill.
I was eating it. I was like, when's the forfeit begin? When's the forfeit begin? You know?
I was waiting for some like gushing or something. It was just
I was
like,
expecting it gushing, but I guess I don't know. That's the Michelin star chef for you.
He cooked it too good.
He did.
We should have got like someone else to
I should have cooked it.
air fry.
You should have cooked it, Joe.
But who do you think won? And why is it me? And why is Maylene a terrible judge? And I'm never going to let her forget it.
I do like the fact, though, that before we even conceptualized this food special, that a lot of people were like, man, I really want Trash Taste to do like a food special.
Yeah.
And the entire time we were editing and filming this, we were like, fuck, how did they know? I was like going through past episodes being like, did we leave hints? No, we definitely didn't leave hints.
I think
People just know.
It was inevitable.
Yeah.
Like with how much we talk about food, we know that you guys would want to judge our cooking skills.
Yes.
Now it's on full display.
Yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Hopefully, if we do this again in future, we should all do the same dish.
Oh yeah,
And then we can-
that would be
You
interesting.
know what? I would like to make my own dish.
Why didn't they do the same dish?
But trying to
That
follow.
sounds like a terrible idea.
That sounds like an amazing idea, so I can prove myself that I'm a better cook because I didn't have enough time to cook my dish. Okay.
You did get fucked over. The protagonist powers did not favor you today, Gon.
I lost by technicality. It was literally impossible to cook my dish in the time that I had.
Sucks to be you.
But again, guys, hopefully you enjoyed this special. And if you'd like to support future Trash Taste specials, because there's a lot more where that came from, then make sure to go over to our Patreon, patreon.com/Trash Taste.
And that was it. We'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
Yes, I am taking a full on doing this task, but do I care? Probably not. It's annoying that I keep missing.
Want to try Epic 7 but already playing 3 Genshin accounts? Here's my tip. Is stop playing 3 Genshin accounts. Why do you have 3 accounts? Are you a content creator? Are you making content on this game constantly and need to do it for your job and need every character? Cut out some of those accounts. Here's the thing, it's FOMO. It's FOMO. It's like, well, if I don't play the account, I won't get the Primo Gems from the daily login. I have to do it, and then you're just addicted, and it's a constant loop. It's like, oh, if I don't log in, I don't get that Primo Gem. You need to just cut it out and just move on. As hard as that might be, you gotta do it. Will Genshin die anytime soon? Genshin, I think, will be big for a long time. Like, as soon as they bring another region out, all the hype comes back. I think there's a lot of hype for this patch. And Tower of Fantasy is, like, MIA now. So there's not as much competition. Blue Protocol might be big, but who knows? No games recently have had a good release. The only game that I think is, like, destined to be pretty good is Elden Ring. Because I've listened to all the reviews of people that are like constant Dark Souls gamers, and they've all said really positive things. Elden Ring, I think, will be the masterpiece everyone's hyped it up to be, oddly enough. Is this the one where we go on a date with Ayaka, and I made fun of her shoes and everyone tried to cancel me for it? I mean, she put her fucking socks in a lake. Like, have you ever gotten your socks wet? Like, bro, it's gross. And she just willingly did it. That's the... Like, she's a psychopath. Like, purring like a little cutie peepa boy. Who's a little peepa, little mighty peepa, cutie boy. Yes, queen. Yes, queen. Slay, queen! Yes! I'm just gonna heal the whole time. You can't kill me if I'm healing the entire time. You wanna play a game? You wanna play a little game? You can't kill me if I'm up on a ledge. What are you gonna do about this?
Evasion is futile.
What are you gonna do about this, you dumb idiot? What are you, a god or you stupid? I don't know what to do here. Oh shit! Oh no!
Evasion is futile.
I think I need Zhongli. I really do think I need Zhongli for this account. Oh, my Chop me, mommy. Chop me, chop me, chop me, chop me. Daddy? Wait, do I gotta do the whole Tepe quest line? Wait, do I actually? Oh, brother! Man, what a young, handsome gentleman. Can you imagine if somehow he got all his life force sucked out of him and he just turned old and died? That would be so crazy, and what a crazy twist that would be. I hope that doesn't happen to him, because I really like this guy. Which one's the Among Us? Sus poster. Arf, arf, woof, woof, woof. I'm a Goro, dog, dog, dog. Woofy, woofy, nani. Hello, everybody. Hello, Kujo Sara. I'm here, and I'm feeling good, baby. Why don't you challenge me to another rematch? Wait, is this your strongest guy? 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 This guy can't even see.
Okay. Bested. Here we are. The training grounds for Watatsumi Island's troops.
Oh, shut up, you old bitch. Go die. Don't cancel me. Don't cancel me. Oh, God. Kokomi, get out of my quest. I'm gonna throw you on the grill, you stupid fish. Is this face punchable?
Supplies are still limited.
You want to punch me right now. You want to punch me in the face, but you won't, because you're a little bitch. Do you want to see my Tepe cosplay? Hey, it's me, Tepe. All right, not gonna lie, this thing is getting a little sweaty. Look at my head. No, what is this? It's time. It's time to absolutely roast her. Oh no, she's gonna roast me. She's a fiery mama.
Oh, coming through. Attaboy.
You're dead. Yeah, honestly, isn't Paimon just so f***ing insufferable?
Paimon can barely breathe.
Like, imagine if it was Yae Miko's plan. She wants us to be sucked back into the plains of Ethereum. But won't we be like lambs to the slaughter? Maybe we should leave this plan on hold. We're not strong enough yet to defend against Raiden Shogun and her Aritachi Misamomo. I don't know, it'd just be so much different. It'd be so much better. It's so much, I don't know, she's so annoying. It ruins the game for me sometimes, the quests. Isn't it so sick?
There will always be those who dare to brave the lightning's glow.
Oh.
Why am I gonna cry right now? Like, why am I getting so emotional? Oh my god! For Tepe! For Tepe! He did everything in his power to try to stop the Tenryou Commission. And I will avenge him! I will use all my strength, all my power! I will never, ever forget. Okay, I reaction to player are gonna die. Bring out your sword. Let's make this an even fight. Let's make it an even fight. Alright? Let's see what you can do now that it's an even fight. Alright. It's not so fun, is it? It's not so fun, is it? Hey, Ride Shogun, you want to see some real damage? Here we go, baby. I'm just getting started.
You've lost, eh?
I lost. Oh, baby, love your way every day. I want you to zap me all fucking day. Oh, oh. What? Stream's over.
The power of these ambitions have transcended.
Stream's
space.
over.
For decades, the food industry has been misleading us, and as a result, the food that we eat has actually been eating into our pocketbooks. In all seriousness, you could save up to 30% the next time you go to the grocery store, and all it takes is one simple change. By the end of today's episode, you'll be asking yourself, have we just all been drinking the Kool-Aid, 40 count for $6.99, when we really should be drinking the Flavor-Aid, 40 count for $4.99? Internet, welcome to Food Theory, the YouTube series that can now come in its own variety pack. You know, theorists, I've got a confession. Something's been bothering me since my last trip to the store. In actuality, it's something that's bothered me for a while, but I'm only just getting around now to researching it and doing an episode about it since, as a YouTuber, my life is constantly just fodder for new content. You see, it all started with vitamins. The other day, I was over at Target and spent way too long comparing the labels for various multivitamins. And what I was finding was that those labels had practically the exact same list of ingredients in the exact same order. Maybe sometimes there was a very little difference in percent daily value, but for the product that I was looking for, nope, totally the same on every level. So why then was one bottle $20 and the other just $10? What was causing one jar to be nearly double the cost when the stuff inside was, at least according to the ingredients list, identical? Well, the big difference was branding. One was a name brand and the other a generic. And yet, is that enough to cause that $10 spread in price? I mean, a bit cheaper, sure, I kinda get that, but what is so wrong with those things that make them a whole $10 cheaper? In the end, I couldn't make a decision and left without the multivitamins, but with a food theory topic. What is the difference with generic store brand products? Sure, I might be saving $10 today, but should I actually be worried about sprouting a third leg out of my face because I'm sucking down some tainted vitamin C? How can I save money without sacrificing quality when I'm buying store brand food? And just how deep does this rabbit hole go? Well, that, loyal theorists, is what I aim to answer today. When you pay full price for a brand name product, are you actually getting sold a lemon? The vastly more expensive brand name lemon. So who are our competitors? In corner number one, brand name products. A brand name product might also be called a national brand because they're often owned, produced, and distributed across the US under that name. These are your favorite, very recognizable products. Your Campbell's soups, your Hershey's chocolate, your Lay's potato chips, and your Oreo cookies. They're the brands that you know and love and trust. They're as American as your uncle's 4th of July picnic, and you'll eat them even if you don't absolutely love them because they're sold just about everywhere. And because shoving more chips into your mouth is a lot easier than talking to your family. Which brings us over to contestant number 2, generics, also known as store brand, off-brand, or no-name products, which, by the way, is not how the stores want you to see them. Retailers prefer the term private label. Good on them dressing for the job that they want and not the one that they have. Now, back in the day, these things were pretty darn easy to spot. Getting their own aisle in the supermarket, or packaged with stark white and yellow boxes and cans that looked like they fell out of a scientific testing facility. Nowadays, though, grocery stores have gotten so good at marketing their homegrown products, you might not even realize that they're owned and operated by the store itself. Oh sure, for every Pringles, there's a Prongles. For every I can't believe it's not butter, there's a butter it's not, or a wow, I totally thought it was butter, or a unbelievable, this is not butter. There's so many of these, but not all of them are so hilariously bad. For example, if you're at Target strolling through the syrup section planning an epic pancake breakfast, you might come across Pearl Milling Company Original Syrup, Log Cabin Original Syrup, Market Pantry Original Syrup, Archer Farm Pure Maple Syrup, and Simply Balanced Organic Pure Maple Syrup. The first two, Pearl Milling and Log Cabin, are national brands distributed by Target. The latter 3, Market Pantry, Archer Farms, and Simply Balanced, are all private label Target-owned brands, with all the profits coming back to them in every single way. Unless you're actively looking for it, you wouldn't really know about this. Let's just say that they've come a long way from great value Frosted Flakes. They're acceptable. But okay, outside of the hilariously bad packaging that some of these things get, is there actually a quality difference with generic products? Because let's face it, that's the thing that really matters here. And the numbers back this up. In various consumer surveys, more than 60% of respondents say that they're likely or very likely to choose brand-named products. The biggest reason for that is trust in quality, with 78% of responses saying that brand-name products are sometimes or always better in quality than generic products. So that's what people believe, but is there actually a difference? Or is this all built on hype and perception? Well, let's start with taste. A 2014 study by the American Association of Wine Economists found that when comparing 3 major beer brands in a blind taste test, those surveyed couldn't tell the difference. Sometimes even when the subject claimed that one of the beers tested was their go-to beer of choice. But how would a blind taste test play out when facing off between your grocery store's in-house goods versus a popular name brand? Well, a study published by University of Chicago showed that in a blind taste test, people surveyed predicted that they would choose a name brand product even if they thought highly of the grocery store's brands. In a surprising twist, an overwhelming majority chose the grocery store brand, completely upending people's expected reactions. Additionally, a 2009 issue of Consumer Reports found that when they compared brand names with generic alternatives in 29 food categories, in 23 cases, they were either deemed equal or the generic option won. The study concluded that when you're buying name brand products, you're only paying for the cost of the research, development, and marketing that literally helped to make it a household name in the first place. But while us plebs might not be able to tell an Oreo from a Hydrox from a cream between, what about actual cooks with real palates? Surely they should be able to tell a difference, right? Well, they can, and they agree. Chefs actually agree and opt into generics, or at least that's what their buying habits suggest. According to a 2014 study reported on by NPR, chefs were more likely to buy generic groceries than the general public. This was especially true in cases where chefs bought raw ingredients for baking, like powdered sugar, brown sugar, granulated sugar, baking soda, and baking mix. However, there were product categories where chefs tended to choose name brand products more often, specifically when it comes to dairy products, including name branded yogurts and ice cream. This is pretty darn good news for me because now I feel completely justified shelling out the big bucks for Ben & Jerry's every time I go to the store. So in general, it seems that if you're gonna buy staple food products, sugars, baking sodas, pastas, breads, things like that, generic brands are gonna be similar in quality, but cheaper. And not just similar, but sometimes exactly the same. When it comes to those raw ingredients like flour, sugar, cornstarch, and pepper, those are regulated, which means that even at the cheapest levels, the quality is ensured to be there. But it doesn't stop there. Stores will often hire out the same manufacturers that make the brand name products so they can make their own version of that product to sell for cheaper. Despite what benefits a name brand might advertise, they're likely to deliver similar results to the generic options. So why don't we see more people opting into generics? Well, when it comes to our experience of food, turns out that your other senses play disproportionate roles in the experience. Back in 1975, Pepsi did this huge marketing campaign called the Pepsi Challenge, where they were trying to show the world that Pepsi was the preferred flavor of soda over Coke. As you might imagine, Pepsi won. Go figure. They paid for the whole thing. Of course they won. There are also a lot of ways that you can skew a blind taste test in this sort of situation that are probably best reviewed on another episode. But anyway, what I'm more interested in is that in 2004, a group of researchers at Baylor College of Medicine wanted to redo that same taste test, but this time while studying branding's impact on the brain. They found that when subjects were given information on what they were drinking before they tasted it, Coke activated areas of the brain associated with memory and emotion, whereas knowing that it was Pepsi had no effect on the subject's brain. For some reason, those who drink Coke are just loyal to the memory and feeling of it, even if their blind taste buds beg to differ. So when you're shopping in a store, the look, the feel, and the memory of a specific brand or product is actually trumping your own experience of taste. You know the saying, there's no accounting for taste? Well, we can absolutely account for taste. It's all the other senses that become inconsistent. That said, even walking into the grocery store knowing that your brain is actually lying to you about your perception of your favorite brands might start to impact whether or not you might let your taste buds take the wheel once in a while. And if you choose to trust your actual taste, your wallet will likely thank you later. Ramsey Solutions, an online debt management company, estimated this year that buying generic products will cost you anywhere from 28 to 65% less on any given meal, and over time would likely save you over $1,000 a year on dinner alone, making the exact same recipes that you're already making using the exact same ingredients, just with a different name and image on the cover. Historically, generics were cheaper to produce so they could sell at a lower price, so it is still important to check ingredient lists to look for any differences that could affect the quality, health benefits, or taste. But all of this begs a question: how can grocery stores get away with copying the look and flavor of your favorite foods and stock them on the shelves side by side? Well, you know what that means. It's time to dip into one of our favorite subjects on this channel: licensing and patent law. Innovations in food are technically eligible to be patented, though that can be easier said than done due to the nature of the recipes themselves. According to the United States Patent and Trademark Office, patents may be given out to any new and useful innovation. Considering the history of food preparation basically spans the entirety of human existence, having anything that's truly original in the culinary arts is going to be difficult to define and prove. Most new recipes evolved from existing ones. For example, Justin's nut butter peanut butter cup is just a Reese's dressed up in fancier pans. There is nothing truly original there. No, in an unexpected twist, patents don't seem to be the best way to protect yourself from generics eating your lunch, but instead you consider developing trade secret protection. By US Patent and Trademark Office definition, quote, trade secrets consist of information and can include a formula, pattern, compilation, program, device, method, technique, or process. This means something like how the ingredients are mixed together, shaken, not stirred, or some kind of secret formulation only known to the company. Under this category, think Dr. Pepper, KFC fried chicken, Bush's baked beans, the internet's fictional favorite Krabby Patties, all protected by trade secrets and each company marketing their recipe as a secret in their advertising. My biggest question about this then was, how could you get away with actually having secret ingredients in food, since don't you have to list the ingredients on labels, like for allergy reasons, that kind of thing? Well, yes, but the FDA in the US is very specific that those labels should not infringe on trade secrets, meaning that companies can indeed leave off specific spices, flavorings, and the like if those are part of their proprietary methods. And somehow, in a day and age when you can practically track every pair of shoes your old high school flame's been wearing for the last 10 years, many of those secrets have managed to remain secrets. Famously, companies like Bimbo, who make Thomas's English muffins, and Hellmann's, who have trade secrets filed in the mayonnaise industry, have sued former employees, even going as far as to bar them from working at other companies in order to protect their trade recipes. Coca-Cola keeps their recipe in a literal vault in Atlanta, which, of course, I have visited to pay my respects. So while they're great in the sense that they don't expire, if the secret leaks, suddenly the gig is up. Based on that, you kind of have to wonder how many hitmen are out there working for companies like General Mills to keep their trade secrets intact. We told you, Trix is for kids. Generics companies are also just fantastic at reverse engineering the formulas, which is also totally allowed, and how Refresh gets to sit alongside LaCroix in the Safeway shelf, which is just a waste of time across the board because LaCroix is gross. That is not a theory. I really don't like LaCroix. But all that being said, we are entering into a golden era for grocery stores' homegrown products, and the rapidly growing market share they control proves it. A Nielsen report found that at the end of 2017, private label sales grew 3 times faster than branded products. Generic brands are getting a full-on movie makeover montage sequence right now, improving their quality while also revamping their look. They're expanding their range with options like organics, naturals, premium, mid-tier, and value lines. Instead of buying Safeway brand and bleak packaging, we now have the option to buy O Organics, Open Nature, Lucerne, and many, many more of their own brands. On top of all of that, generationally, we're just moving away from brand names. Millennials and Gen Z both have less affinity for specific brands than previous generations, partially because they're faced with so much choice out there in the market, and partially because big national brands have shown themselves themselves to be less than trustworthy, either because of some issue with ingredients, or some issue with marketing, or just some issue with their values. Why be loyal to a brand that doesn't share the things that are important to you as the consumer? These kinds of meta-brand alliances take us even further away from trusting our taste buds, but do ironically lead to a more generic, friendly buying experience. The last and honestly most devastating battle that national brands are having to face currently is generics' ability to market based on incredibly detailed user data. The reason that ugly generic packaging's been replaced with stealthy generics disguised as their own brands? Well, the national chains like Target and Costco have data from millions of customers that tell them exactly what they want to buy, the words that they want to see printed on the packaging of ingredients, the colors on the bags, the placement of the products in the aisles, and they have all that data as well as the data of how the national brands perform. Remember, we're now living in a world where your grocery store local buyer card number is linked to your cell phone and your credit card data and your location history and all your spending and browsing habits. They know everything about you, meaning that the products that they make and the marketing they use to target you can be anything but generic. The national brands are all playing a pretty rigged game here when it comes to competing with these mega food sellers, but that's probably a theory for a different day. So in a world overwhelmed and oversaturated with brands and products, how do you manage to make the choice? Well, in most cases it comes down to comparing ingredients and assessing your values in what you want from your product, but you are definitely going to get a better price on a generic. So in most cases, you can have your perfectly fine Betty Croker cake mix and eat it too. But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Bon appetit. And whatever you do, don't go to the grocery store on an empty stomach. That's a recipe for an empty wallet and 4 unnecessary boxes of blueberry Pop-Tarts. Or toaster pastries, I suppose, if you're going generic. For other cost-saving tips for the next time you go to the grocery store, click the link that you see on screen right now. You're not gonna believe what they're doing to you over in the produce section.
Meet Happy Goggles, a virtual reality viewer made from a Happy Meal box.
This is how you eat a Big Mac.
Disrupt.
In 1948, brothers Maurice and Richard McDonald's started the first restaurant by converting what was previously their drive-through barbecue joint into a milkshake and burger restaurant. So before, the restaurants around that area would have waiters and waitresses serving traditional style burgers, fries, and milkshakes, but that came at a higher cost to the customer. The brothers changed this system by installing self-service counters like the ones we see today. And instead of cooking each meal as it was ordered, they prepared the meals ahead of time and kept them warm. This allowed them to serve their meals at nearly half the cost of surrounding restaurants, solidifying their place in the San Bernardino market.
Perhaps you're wondering why I'm telling you all this. And I wonder myself.
This is a multi-mixer. And in the early 1950s, a few McDonald's restaurants bought them from this guy called Ray Kroc. As the legend goes, Ray was visiting one of the stores that he supplied and saw how their low food prices and unique setup could form a thriving business if they would only franchise. Franchising is when a company creates a system for an individual or group to start and operate their own individual piece of the company. So rather than the company employing, say, a manager to oversee the restaurant over here, the restaurant over there would be owned by an individual who could then employ their own manager. This sort of gives each owner of the restaurant more of a stake in the success of the store because they own a part of it. Hey, did you know that every second, over 75 burgers are sold at McDonald's? So since the beginning of this video, over 9,000 have been sold. By 1956, the recently hired Harry Sonnenborn would create and pitch the Sonnenborn model, which says that McDonald's would own the land in which a restaurant sits in. So rather than putting the financial burden of buying the land plus building the restaurant solely on the shoulders of the franchisee, the corporation would own the land and then sublease it to the franchisee. This would not only create a steady source of revenue from the sales of the restaurant for the corporation, but also from the rent paid by the franchisee if their restaurant proved to be profitable. And this is an interesting example, I think, of someone entering a field and thinking outside the box, right? It's so easy to get caught up in the way of thinking that came in the previous people within that industry, like whether it be game development, content creation, pretty much any field has specific ways of doing things. But when someone comes in and changes that way of doing things, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, like in the case of the Hula Burger. 2 slices of cheese, a pineapple, and some buns. The Sonnenborn model was proving successful, and Ray Kroc, the multi-mixer salesman from before, bought out the original McDonald's brothers for $2.6 million, which, adjusted for inflation, is around $22.3 million in today's money. By 1962, the burger joint would launch the Golden Arches logo and would then unleash the beast. But why the clown? This question has haunted me for many years. When writing this video, I feared what I may uncover. But for the sake of the viewer, I must venture into this rabbit hole. I do not know what I will find, but I know I must find it. The origins of this elusive clown date back to as far as 1950. In the antenna box known as the television, a children's-themed TV show would feature a zany character known as Bozo the Clown. In the second half of the 20th century, Bozo would gain wide popularity in the North American market. But by 1963, ratings dropped off, and the show was canceled. But then, an advertising executive from McDonald's named Barry Klein saw an opportunity to capitalize on the familiarity of the clown in the public psyche. He reached out to Willard Scott, and together they formed this.
Delicious McDonald's hamburgers.
At first, he appeared in just 3 local McDonald's commercials around the DC area, but then the corporate suits at the McDonald's corporate headquarters wanted to bring him into the national spotlight. So they enlisted the help of a clown from the Ringling Brothers to give the character a makeover. The result is what we see today. From 1988 to 1996, McDonald's would double its number of restaurants to a total of 20,000. And just before the turn of the century, the company had expanded its reach outside of the US with 11,000 more restaurants across the world. In 2019, McDonald's acquired an artificial intelligence company called Apprenti. The company is focused on building speech-based conversational agents. We're also seeing a lot more of those automated self-service kiosks at restaurants. So I think you and I are alive in a time where we're going to see more of these companies automating their workforce. I think this brings some short-term negative effects, like as an example, the loss of jobs. But long-term, it's at the very least interesting to see this transitional period. I don't think it's far off that we could see restaurants that are fully automated. Like the food is prepared and served by automated systems with perhaps a few human employees overseeing the systems of automation. One has to assume a large portion of McDonald's or any restaurant's budget each year is going to the thousands of employees they hire to run the restaurants, cook the food, etc. If a significant portion of that number is cut due to automation, we'll see a fundamental shift in what it means to own and operate and start and run a business, right? So then to be an entrepreneur in the 2020s, 2030s, 2040s, and beyond, I think it means to build systems that work symbiotically with AI and automation to ensure the future-proofing of a business model, right? Amazon, Alibaba, like most of these companies rely on humans to, say, pick up packages, boxes, move them around warehouses. If a robot like the Boston Dynamics one can essentially do this job of lifting things, or even robotic arms that can cook and flip burgers or flip fries, these systems could run 24/7. So then it becomes like a mass experiment in our planet, in the humankind. Like, what happens when a company can automate to such an extent as that? In the words of Bob Dylan, also, the McDonald's drive-thru staff will not serve you if you drive through on a horse.
Did you feel a lot of complacency these days that the incumbents then let you feel that you are, I mean, the kind of hopeless disruptor, but they know how to do it, or?
So a few months back, I was at my uncle's house, right? And he told me about all the things that he was doing while working at SpaceX. And he told me specifically that we were going to put satellites into space, that we're going to give everybody free internet. And that left me to thinking that, wait, hold on, free internet? Why? And he's like, oh, because it's going to be really cheap. This gave me the thought that, that's weird. Maybe we can buy really expensive things or something that is really fast, such as really fast computers, for something that's dirt cheap. Because a few months ago, you probably saw that NVIDIA pushed out their RTX cards, their RTX 30 cards, right? And they were cheaper than last generations. Same thing with Oculus. So I'm starting to see that in the future we'll be able to buy fast things for free.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be like a nerd out session on economics and capitalism. But I think that's for all of the issues that can come with the system. I think what we see in the free market, the economy, is just like you mentioned, like that, like products that were extremely expensive yesterday are more affordable today, and I think that's a net positive for humanity, because it's like, what is that example of like the human genome, right? Okay, so this is like the chart that is incredible in terms of like the technology unlocking markets and free market. But it's like, when we first figured out how to do the human genome thing, I'm not gonna act like I know what I'm talking about in terms of the human genome, but in the initial part in 2001 it was $100 million, and then obviously as the years go forward, 19-20 years, it's now less than $1,000. So it's like, yeah, we're seeing these emergences of new technology, and then it just gets cheaper and cheaper. Yeah, it's cool, man. I think before, I think for all of the issues that come with capitalism, in terms of, I think there is a big gap. There is a growing gap. But I think the flip side is that if an individual is armed with the tools to create, market, and sell and use the machine of capitalism, then they can begin to close that gap in their individual life and for their family, aided by the widespread availability of technology. The issue is then, how do you make that information widespread? And I think it is, because then again we're seeing with the internet, like, it's the information to create, to sell, to market, to distribute, to find a job, to
Attention, all Andromedans.
basically self-educate is available on the internet. And so yeah, it's awesome that they're making this widespread by using the machine of capitalism. Anyways, great question, thank you. Or great statement, thank you, rather.
Let me see that.
This video is made possible by HelloFresh. Go to HelloFresh.com and use the code RealLifeLore16 to get 16 free meals, including free shipping. Here's a question for you to think about. What is the smallest circle that you can create on the Earth's surface that has more people living within it than outside of it? For a moment, you may be tempted to place the center of your circle in the middle of Times Square in New York City. After all, more than 300,000 people will walk through this square every single day. The epicenter of an urban area with more than 20 million people and the beating heart of the world's most powerful country. The New York City metropolitan area has more people within it than 70% of the world's countries do. And so, you'd be pretty forgiven for thinking that it's at the epicenter of the world's population. And yet, despite all of that, it's really nowhere near the true center of the world, which is arguably over on the other side of the planet, here at Mongkhet, Burma. This is a relatively small town of only about 40,000 people, and it's rarely visited by any tourists, and yet, if you drew out a circle from here with a radius of 3,300 kilometers, with Mongkhet precisely in the center, you will find that this is actually the smallest circle you could create that contains more people inside of it than outside of it. This fascinating phenomenon was first realized back in 2013 when a Reddit user going by the name of Valerie Pyrus, and known in real life as Ken Myers, posted a very similar map with a very similar idea that looked like this. Rather than Mongkhet, this map was centered instead over the South China Sea, and with only a 4,000 kilometer radius, it only included parts of 21 countries and was shockingly small, excluding the entirety of Europe, North America, South America, Africa, Australia, and even most of Asia. Entire massive countries like the United States, Brazil, Egypt, and Russia were nearly entirely left out. And as a result, the claim spread like wildfire throughout the internet and news media. Ever since, the claim has been backed up by nearly everyone, from the Washington Post to professors from the London School of Economics. So, how does the math all break down? Well, for starters, the circle includes the entirety of China and India, the world's two most populous countries that, when combined, are home to 2.8 billion people and more than 35% of the entire human population. Already on their own, China and India combined have more people than the entirety of Africa, Europe, North America, and Australia all combined. But there's many more highly populated areas within the circle than that. Most of Pakistan is included with her 225 million people. Bangladesh adds 172 million. Japan adds another 125 million. The Philippines adds a further 111 million. Vietnam, another 98 million. The Korean Peninsula, another 77 million. While the islands of Java, Sumatra, and Borneo all add together another insane 220 million. The small island of Java alone, roughly the same size as the US state of Louisiana, is the world's most populated island, with nearly 148 million people calling it home, which is a higher population than the entirety of Russia, all crammed together on an island that's smaller than Louisiana. But what's also fascinating is that the circle also includes a lot of empty areas too. It includes nearly the entirety of Mongolia, the world's most sparsely populated country where, on average, you'll only find 2 people for every square kilometer of land. It also includes Tibet and Xinjiang within China, 2 areas that, when combined, have a very similar land area to the entirety of India, but only being home to less than 30 million people. Further, the circle contains even more water than actual land, which of course is empty. And then, besides just for the astonishing fact of its existence, the circle has many other mind-blowing aspects to it as well. For one, there are many more Hindus, Buddhists, and Muslims within the circle than there are outside of it. For Hindus and Buddhists, that makes a lot of sense, but for Muslims, it's pretty shocking because the circle excludes the entirety of the Middle East and the Arab world, areas that are more often considered to be the epicenters of the Islamic faith. This is largely because of the enormous Muslim populations of just 4 countries that are largely within the circle: Indonesia, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh, which, when all combined, are home to nearly 800 billion Muslims, which is nearly twice the number of Muslims who live across the entire Middle East and North Africa. The Indian state of Uttar Pradesh alone has a Muslim population of only about 19%. but that's still nearly 44 million Muslims, and is a higher Muslim population than any Muslim majority country in the world, besides for Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Egypt, Iran, and Turkey. Further, China has more Muslims than the entirety of Syria, and when you add them in, along with the tens of millions of other Muslims within the circle across Malaysia and the Philippines, you easily get to a figure of more Muslims living within the circle than outside of it, making Southern and Southeast Asia the real epicenters of the Islamic population. In 2015, the Valerie Pyrrhus claim was verified by London School of Economics Professor of Economics and International Development, Danny Quah. But Quah was interested in pushing the experiment even further beyond Myers's original idea. He found that not only was Valerie Pyrrhus correct, but that if he adjusted the placement of the circle just a little bit, he could actually shrink it while having the inside of the circle still contain half of the world's population. When doing this, he gave his new circle a smaller 3,300 kilometer radius, surrounding the Burmese township Mong Khet, henceforth making Mong Khet the physical center of most of the world's population. Quah's new map, placed atop a 3D globe, is even more fascinating. Half of the people in the entire world living right now are all inside of this small circle, and unlike the old map, it almost entirely excludes Japan as well, the world's 11th most populous nation. But the existence of the circle only begs another question. How did most of the world's population end up being inside of it? Well, the circle is centered over a large part of Asia, and this is where the majority of the human population has been now for thousands of years, at least as far back as 1000 BCE. The closest that any other continent has come so far in the past 3,000 years to Asia's population was Europe at the turn of the 20th century, and even then, Europe's total population was only 43% of Asia's total population. Fast forward 120 years to the present, and that percentage has shrunk down to less than 17% of Asia's population today. Even if you go all the way back to 1700, India and China alone accounted for a little more than half of the entire world's population, with more than 150 million people each. And over the 3 centuries of history since, both have added more than 1 billion additional people. So, for about the past 3,000 years, this small circle that contains the majority of humanity has remained more or less constant in the same general location. Despite both adding more than 1 billion people to their populations, however, both India and China have been growing at more or less the exact same rate as the rest of the world over the past 300 years. That trend ultimately means that both India and China have so many more people than any other country today because they had so many more people than any other country did 300 years ago as well. In short, they simply had a much larger head start than any other country did. But okay, that doesn't really answer anything. The real question is, why did they have so many more people than anywhere else 300 years ago? The big 2 answers to that question are land and food. China and India, measured by land, are both massive places, and they both have large rivers that flow across easy-to-farm plains. Modern India has more arable land than any other country in the world, and unsurprisingly, China has the 4th highest amount behind Russia and the United States. The reason why China had more people than either of those countries 300 years ago, though, is that Russia has a bit of a problem with the cold, and they mostly can't grow crops year-round, while the United States just simply didn't exist yet. So, once again, China simply had a bigger head start with thousands of years of farming and development over both Russia and the United States. All of this arable land, combined with the ability to grow crops on it year-round, enabled both Indian and Chinese civilization to simply be able to plant more farms than anywhere else, which meant more villagers, which meant more farms, which meant more villagers, and so on. And the crop that these places were primarily growing was rice, which, when compared to other popular grains like wheat, contains significantly more calories per acre. For most of human history and then even into the present, the most popular grain that was grown across the Middle East and Europe was wheat, which only produces about 4 million calories per acre. That means that for every acre of farmland growing wheat, a civilization could only feed a little more than 6 citizens a year. Conversely, rice generates more like 11 million calories per acre, which means that when a civilization uses rice, every acre they use can feed more like 16 people. The choice between wheat and rice is obvious for population growth. When civilizations choose rice, as China and India and the other countries of East and Southeast Asia have, their acres of farmland can simply sustain more people than the civilizations who choose to farm wheat. And when they have the first and fourth highest amount of available farmland in the world, and they have the climate to farm year-round, it's not exactly hard to figure out why they've literally always had the highest number of people, and will continue having the highest number of people for a very, very long time. A higher source of calories in the form of rice over thousands of years is one of the major reasons for the higher population of Asia today. And on a personal level, having easy access to good, healthy food is one of the primary factors to living a good life. Ordering great tasting food via delivery or takeout is definitely easy, but with all those fees added on by the apps, it becomes pretty expensive to have food delivered straight to your door. But many of us still do because it's simply convenient. I definitely did, until I realized how poor it was for my health, for my wallet, and for the environment. Therefore, I eventually switched to using HelloFresh. Now I just go to HelloFresh's website, choose from a list of 50 weekly menu items, pick what I want, and then, the following week, a box arrives on my doorstep with all the ingredients and recipes. For example, this week I made the home-style chicken and biscuit pot pie, which was pretty quick to make since all the ingredients came in the exact right quantities, and it was also delicious. And to be honest, I've been using HelloFresh for nearly a year now, and I have tons of their old recipes here that I've used to prove it. I really do genuinely value the convenience of cutting out shopping, researching recipes, and having to do long prep times, while still being able to make fresh and healthy home-cooked meals. To make it even more exciting though, researchers from the University of Michigan found that HelloFresh cuts down on food waste by 25% compared with traditional grocery shopping, since you get everything you need in the exact right quantities, and the box it all ships in is made almost entirely out of recyclable or recycled materials. I know that HelloFresh is well worth it since I've been using it for so long, but with this new year, if you're tired of setting unrealistic resolutions for yourself, why not do things differently this time around and regain full control over your own food choices and see if this fits into your lifestyle? Best of all, you can do so super easily and help support Real Life Lore at the same time by clicking the button that's on your screen right now, or go to HelloFresh.com and use code RealLifeLore16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. This is one of the best offers that HelloFresh has ever offered, so do please make sure to give them a try, and as always, thank you so much for watching. This video is made possible by Ting. Lower your monthly phone bill and get a free $25 credit by following the link that's down in the description. This is France. Now, I know what you're thinking. If you live in Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, Belgium, the UK, or God forbid, within France itself, then you already know that you're not very far away from France, and if you live in somewhere like North America, Asia, Australia, or South America, then you know that you live pretty far away from France. Except that that second part isn't really true, because the France I showed you at the beginning isn't really the entirety of France. In reality, France is everywhere across the world. Like, literally everywhere. Here's France in North America, here's France in South America and the Caribbean, including this island right here that's divided between France and the Netherlands, meaning that France and the Netherlands actually do share a border, it's just not in Europe, it's in the Caribbean. Here's France closer to Mexico, here's France around Madagascar, here's France in the Indian Ocean, and here's France in the Pacific Ocean. With all of these different locations across the globe, you're probably not as far away from France as you may have thought if you don't live in Europe. Inspired by a map I found created by a Reddit user named All Hail Madame, let's take a look at how far away you really are from France. Colored in black is France itself. Within any of the red zones, you're unfortunately less than 1,000 kilometers away from sovereign French territory, meaning that you could pretty much begin hearing French at nearly any minute. Areas like Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Quebec, Maine, Venezuela, Brazil, Madagascar, Mozambique, and South Africa are pretty much all just as far away from actual sovereign France as Germany or Austria. Within the orange zone, you're less than 2,000 kilometers away from France, which includes the entire northeastern United States, most of Mexico, the entire Caribbean, and a whole lot of Africa. These zones keep radiating out until we're left with this empty patch here across East Asia. Within this zone, you're pretty safe because you're more than 7,000 kilometers away from any French territory, and it's the furthest possible area away from France you can get anywhere on the planet, spanning across most of China, North Korea, the Japanese island of Hokkaido, and far eastern Russia. Now, the various parts of France that exist all over the world outside of Europe that make all of this possible are known as overseas France. And it's this other part of France that makes France a true global 21st century great power. Altogether, these various islands and landmasses outside of Europe add 119,386 square kilometers of territory to the French Republic, which is 18% of France's total land area and is roughly the same size as either North Korea or Bulgaria. It's huge, and nearly 3 million people live across it all, which is about how many people live in the US state of Kansas, and it represents about 4% of the entire French population. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. They're all citizens of France, and therefore citizens of the European Union by extension as well, which makes all nearly 3 million of them living in places as far away as the Caribbean, South America, and the Pacific Ocean, all capable of voting in both French and European elections. And because of all these territories existing across the globe, France is actually the country with the highest number of time zones. Russia, the world's largest country, spans across only 11 time zones from west to east. But France, all with her empire across the world, actually spans across 13 time zones that are shared with places as far away as Anchorage, Honolulu, Los Angeles, New York City, Rio de Janeiro, Paris, obviously, Moscow, Dubai, Karachi, Vladivostok, Sydney, and Auckland. It appears that in the 21st century, the sun continues to never set on the French Empire. But that all just kind of begs another question. Why in the world does France even have an empire that's still this vast outside of Europe? Well, like every other European power, France also got in on the overseas empire game over hundreds of years of progress, with colonies across Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. But after World War II, the world stopped being very sympathetic to colonies, and the colonies of France gradually began declaring their own independences, culminating with France's final colony in Africa, Djibouti, in 1977, and the Pacific island of Vanuatu in 1980. What remains are the final vestiges of the ancient French colonial empire that simply never desired independence for themselves and have thus remained a part of 21st century France. Some of them are totally uninhabited or really only home to seasonal scientists, like Clipperton Island here in the Pacific, the various islands of the southern and Antarctic lands, and Adelie Land, France's claim over Antarctica that grants them direct access to the South Pole. But all the other places are actually inhabited by permanent populations of people, and some of them are really hugely important places. There's Reunion Island way out here over by Madagascar in the Indian Ocean with a population of more than 850,000 people, which alone is more than 2 actual EU member states, Malta and Luxembourg, and nearly as much as a third, Cyprus. Nearby Mayotte has an additional population of more than 270,000, meaning that there's over 1 million French citizens living in the Indian Ocean over by Madagascar and Africa. Both islands are a fully fledged integral part of France that use euros, and as such, they're the outermost region of both the European Union and the Eurozone, like 2 distant moons orbiting around their faraway planet. Reunion is one of the few locations the Europeans discovered across the world that was actually truly uninhabited back at the time, and the French acquired it back in the 17th century and have simply kept it ever since. But there's other big locations in France's overseas territories too, like French Guiana way over here in South America. Just like Reunion, French Guiana is an integral part of France that uses euros and is part of the European Union, despite bordering Brazil and containing part of the Amazon rainforest. This little chunk of Europe and France and South America isn't really so little though, because it's nearly the same size as Austria and 1/7 the size of metropolitan France itself back in Europe, albeit with a pretty little population of only about 300,000 people, which means that the population density throughout is on a par with Siberia. That's because nearly 99% of French Guiana is completely covered by forests, including the Guiana Amazonian Park, which alone takes up more than 40% of French Guiana and is hilariously the largest national park of the European Union, despite, well, being located in South America. French Guiana is immensely important to both France and Europe today because it is the primary launch site for rockets of the European Space Agency, or ESA, and it's specifically because of French Guiana's geographic location. Look at this map of the world and then think to yourself, where are the best locations possible to blast rockets off into space from? The correct answer is as close as you can get to the equator across the Earth's center. And it's because here, along this line, the planet is rotating faster than anywhere else. Rockets need all the speed they can get in order to break out of Earth's gravity, and the Earth's natural rotation speed can give them a much-needed boost. Unfortunately for Europe, the equator runs pretty considerably far away from their continent, which makes blasting rockets off from there a little more challenging. But fortunately for Europe, they spent centuries taking over colonies in other parts of the world, and it turned out that French Guiana in particular is located really, really close to the equator, and so that's how this little chunk of South America became Europe's most important spaceport. It's so important that at one point back in the 1990s, the Guiana Space Center alone accounted for more than a quarter of French Guiana's entire GDP. Alright, so moving on over to the Pacific, France retains possessions of hundreds of islands and atolls across French Polynesia, New Caledonia, Wallis and Futuna, and Clipperton Island, including the island of Bora Bora inside of French Polynesia, which is one of France's most popular tourist destinations despite being located on the complete opposite side of the world from Paris. But the Pacific part of France carries a darker secret than the other parts of overseas France does, because it was here that France primarily conducted their decades-long nuclear weapons testing. Back in 1960, when the French Empire still spanned much more of the globe, France became the fourth country to successfully test and detonate a nuclear weapon after the United States, Soviet Union, and United Kingdom. But they did so initially within the empty deserts of Algeria, awkwardly at the same time that Algeria was fighting a war against France for their own independence. France would go on to detonate a total of 17 nuclear weapons inside of the empty deserts of Algeria before it became an independent nation, after which they subsequently refused to continue allowing France to test their nukes there. So, still wanting to test their bombs somewhere, they began looking for alternatives. One such idea was to begin testing them on the uninhabited Clipperton Island nearby to Mexico, but this was ruled out because of the island's intense level of remoteness. And also, Mexico probably would have had a thing or two to say about it. Eventually, France settled on continuing their nuclear weapons testing over in French Polynesia, where a total of 193 detonations would be carried out in the Pacific Ocean nearby, which brought France directly into conflict with nearby New Zealand in 1985. Back then, the organization Greenpeace orchestrated a campaign against the continued French nuclear testing in the area with a boat called the Rainbow Warrior, which was docked in port inside of Auckland, New Zealand. The ship was about to depart towards French Polynesia to protest against a planned French nuclear test when two undercover French operatives secretly snuck on board, planted a bomb, and then blew the ship apart. The explosion sank the ship and killed a Greenpeace photographer who was on board. The French agents were quickly apprehended afterwards by the New Zealand police and were each sentenced to 10 years in prison for manslaughter. They would ultimately only serve for 2 years before being freed by the French government. Many political figures, especially in New Zealand, have consistently referred to the action ever since as an incident of French state-sponsored terrorism, and France would ultimately agree to pay $8.16 million in damages to Greenpeace, along with $6.5 million to the New Zealand government as an apology, and a further $500,000 to the photographer's family as compensation. France would continue testing nuclear weapons in Polynesia for 11 more years until 1996, the year of their final detonation, and ever since, they've switched to using computer simulations for their nuclear weapons testing instead. And today, France maintains an arsenal of approximately 300 nuclear weapons, the third largest arsenal in the world after the United States and Russia. So that was one reason that France kept much of their overseas empire, but overall, the biggest reason why France maintains the overseas empire up to the present is because of the control that it gives France and the European Union as a proxy over the world's oceans. You see, under the terms of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, any country may claim an exclusive economic zone, or EEZ, of the water surrounding their sovereign coastline. The country making the claim retains the sole and exclusive legal authority for all fishing, drilling, mining, and all other economic activities. And because of their hundreds of islands and territories that are scattered across all the corners of the Earth, France actually possesses the modern world's largest EEZ, and therefore the largest maritime territory of any 21st century nation, ahead of even the United States and Australia. France's EEZ spans nearly 11.7 million square kilometers of ocean across the Bay of Biscay, the Indian Ocean, while almost completely surrounding Madagascar, huge blotches of the Pacific Ocean, and even a tiny little sliver here just south of Canada. These small islands are St. Pierre and Miquelon, and despite being located right next to Newfoundland and Canada, they're a part of France and home to more than 6,000 French citizens who all use euros. They are the small, final, remaining vestiges of the old colonial New France in the Americas, and they have a fascinating history of control. When France was defeated in the 7 Years' War back in 1763, they were forced to cede all of their North American possessions over to the British. But since the British continued to grant the French fishing rights along the Newfoundland coast, they allowed them to keep the tiny islands as a little fishing outpost. When France supported America during the American Revolution, Britain invaded the islands, razed the settlement, and exiled the entire French population back to European France out of spite. Britain tried to bring in British settlers to repopulate the islands, but then the French came back and sacked the British colony. Eventually, the British gave the islands back to France once again in 1802, but then, after war with Napoleon erupted, they reoccupied them again the very next year in 1803. When the Napoleonic Wars were concluded 11 years later in 1814, the British once again gave the islands back to France, but then occupied them again in 1815 when Napoleon briefly returned to power in France, and then gave them back to France yet again after he was defeated after Waterloo for good. And they've been French ever since. During the First World War, all of the men on the islands were drafted, and about 400 went on to serve on the Western Front in Europe, where a quarter of them would die. When the topic of EEZs came up in the 1970s, France initially claimed a huge one for the tiny little islands that severely interrupted nearby Canada's EEZ, which led to a very long legal dispute between both countries over fishing rights. It was only eventually settled in 1992 when France accepted the significantly smaller and narrower boundaries of the current EEZ here. But it's still kinda weird, because now the French control this zone where they're the only ones who are allowed to fish, and it's completely surrounded by the zone where the Canadians are the only ones who are allowed to fish. So Canadian fishermen have to always move around it, and local French fishermen are always confined within it. But when zooming back out again to see the full picture, France's oceanic territory all combined across the world is larger than the entirety of the European continent itself. And France possesses 8% of the entire world's EEZ areas, despite the fact that France itself only possesses 0.45% of the world's land and only 0.84% of the world's population. If you were to combine both land and maritime area for every country in the world, then France all of a sudden ranks as the world's 5th largest country, beating out places like Brazil, China, India, or Indonesia, which is frankly just ridiculous, and it all gives France, and by extension the European Union, an enormous global geopolitical advantage, when also factoring in Spain's, Portugal's, the Netherlands, and Denmark's overseas territories. The European Union's collective EEZ enables it to dominate the entire Baltic, control nearly the entire Mediterranean and the eastern North Atlantic, and have outposts across every ocean and every corner of the globe. After the United Kingdom and the United States, France even further maintains the 3rd largest amount of overseas military bases outside of their home territory, with bases all across their overseas possessions in South America, the Caribbean, Indian, and Pacific Oceans, with even further bases across many of their former colonies in Africa like Djibouti, Ivory Coast, Gabon, Senegal, Mali, Chad, and Niger, additional bases across the Middle East in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and the UAE, and a final 2 more inside of Germany. Altogether, France maintains a force of more than 36,000 soldiers deployed to these territories across the world, and ever since 2001, the French have initiated military interventions across these 9 countries on 2 separate continents. The presence of these French military bases and soldiers all across the world, from South America to Africa, the Middle East, and the Pacific, gives the French a very similar capability to the United States. They can project power and deploy military assets at a moment's notice to counter almost any threat anywhere on the planet. So when you look at a map like this, you realize that the global French, and therefore the global European Empire, is very much still alive and well in the 21st century. And as a result, France and Europe are probably a lot closer to you than you may have realized. But something else you may haven't realized yet is just how much you're probably overpaying for your current cell phone plan, and how much you could save by switching over to Ting. I personally switched over to Ting myself a few months ago, and why? Well, because of this. Yep, that's actually a real phone bill that I received from my old carrier right before I made my switch earlier this year. But T-Mobile has 3 different plans to choose from to make sure that never happens again. Unlimited talk and text starts at just $10, and then data is $5 a gigabyte. Or you can just get their unlimited plan for just $45. They've also got other plans with 5 or 12 gigabytes of data, but regardless, the point is that you can get the same service you have right now with the same phone number you have right now for much less money. So if you've ever got a bill like mine, your service probably won't change. It's pretty much a no-brainer, but what should really seal the deal is that when you click the button that's on your screen right now, or follow the link that's down in the description, you'll get a totally free $25 credit, enough for an entire month of service on some of their plans, and signing up there really helps to support real-life lore at the same time. And, as always, thank you so much for watching. This video is made possible by Morning Brew. Start your day by catching up on the top news in business, finance, and tech in 5 minutes by subscribing with a link down in the description. Venice is one of the world's most well-known and visited cities. With over 5.5 million tourists who visited and stayed the night in 2019, Venice received 21 times as many tourists as their native population, and despite only being home to about 260,000 people, about the same number as live in Lubbock, Texas, Venice is visited more often than cities that are significantly larger, like Moscow, Madrid, Munich, Johannesburg, or Toronto. To put it into another perspective, during 2019, the city of Venice, with a population that's not even 260,000 people, received 86% of the same number of overnight tourists as the entire country of Brazil did, with a population of over 212 million people. There's just something magical about this small city that's captured the imagination of generations across centuries. Perhaps it's the fact that even now in the 21st century, it's remained the final large urban environment in Europe that has survived without cars or trucks, and has continued to rely instead upon simple walking and boats, as they have for thousands of years. Or perhaps it's the sheer and ancient beauty of the canals and buildings themselves in the city that many consider to be a living museum, full of masterpieces from a bygone era that still speak to our souls today. But unfortunately, both for Venice and the world, Venice has 2 massive problems. The entire city is drowning, and too many people are coming to watch it die. These are all video clips that have been taken just in the past few years of a city at war with water. And the water has been getting stronger and stronger. Recently, Venice has been getting flooded more than 60 times a year. And during the worst of these floods, as much as 80% of the entire city could find itself a little bit underwater. And then there's the number of people coming to see it. Before the pandemic shut the world down in 2020, 2019 was the peak year for tourism in Venice. While 5.5 million tourists visited and actually spent at least one night within the city that year, 19 million more tourists visited and spent less than a day there. And Venice itself is really tiny. It's only about 5 square kilometers in area, with nearly 26 million people visiting in a single year. That means that at any given time in 2019, there was nearly 1 tourist for every 3 residents in the city. These problems have been getting worse and worse every year now for decades. But in order to fully understand why this is happening now and what's being done to save the city, you've got to understand some of the city's history. First of all, the strategic location of Venice on an island in the center of a lagoon has long offered it security and protection from outside powers. Before the 5th century AD, the lagoon itself was a relatively isolated and swampy backwater of the Roman Empire. But when the Huns and Germanic peoples began their invasions of the Italian peninsula, it generated one of the ancient world's greatest refugee crises. And many of these refugees sought the precious safety that was offered inside of the Venetian lagoon. The lagoon is the largest wetland or marshy environment found anywhere around the Mediterranean Sea, and the dozens of islands scattered across it that rise above the shallow water offered immensely valuable protection across the water from the marauding bands of Germans and Huns back over on the mainland. And over time, the lagoon itself would become the well-protected cradle for one of the most powerful and influential civilizations in history. For out of these islands gradually evolved the absurdly rich Venetian Republic and her massive maritime commercial empire. The lagoon itself offers multiple advantages for the home base of a maritime-based civilization. The waters around the city provide a natural moat that any would-be invaders have to successfully cross first. Further, the waters around the city inside of the lagoon are generally calm because it's a shallow bay that's almost entirely enclosed from the rest of the Mediterranean Sea, with only these 3 possible entrances from the outside, meaning that the lagoon is a fantastic natural harbor for parking ships in. The position of Venice inside of the safety of the lagoon, and the position of the lagoon at the very tippy top of the Adriatic Sea, enabled the city an incredibly safe base of operations from which to build ships in peace, and from which to launch them out in war. This geographic advantage enabled the city of Venice over time to dominate the entire Adriatic and, from there, over time, the entire Mediterranean Sea as well. Eventually, by the 14th century, the city had constructed the Venetian Arsenal, a massive shipyard that at its height took up 15% of the entire city and was the largest industrial complex found anywhere in Europe prior to the Industrial Revolution. By almost independently inventing the assembly line nearly 600 years before Henry Ford, the Venetians were capable of producing fully equipped merchant or naval vessels at a rate of 1 every day. Something that was completely unprecedented anywhere else in the world in the medieval and Renaissance eras. Through this process granted by their geographic advantages, the Venetians eventually assembled a fleet of more than 3,000 ships, which they at first used to completely safeguard their city surrounded by a moat separated from the mainland, and then to dominate the entire Adriatic and Mediterranean seas, carving out colonies across the Adriatic coast, along with a sizable chunk of Greece and Cyprus. By dominating the Mediterranean, the Venetians completely monopolized the flow of trade coming into Europe from the east. And with their interesting location just south of the strategic Brenner Pass through the Alps, they could easily funnel their goods both across Italy and north through the mountains to Germany and beyond to the rest of Europe. Venice's geography all but guaranteed that it would become medieval Europe's principal center of commerce and trade, and it quickly became the wealthiest city on the entire continent. But a series of increasingly unfortunate events completely changed the entire calculus of power. First of all, the Venetians all on their own decided to confront the significantly more powerful and rising Ottoman Empire and lost against them repeatedly, gradually losing more and more of their colonial possessions across the Mediterranean in the process. Second, Venice's strategic location that enabled it to dominate trade from the east was only as good as the knowledge of the world map. And as the Portuguese began exploring more and more of it in the 16th century, they were able to completely undermine Venice's prior advantage. Venice had spent centuries concentrating on building galleys that relied upon oars, the perfect ships for moving across the calm waters of an inland sea like the Mediterranean, but pretty terrible for moving across the unpredictable and often harsh waters of the open ocean. Venice was unable to adapt and therefore became locked inside of the Mediterranean and missed out on the European rush for colonies across other continents. And when the Portuguese discovered the Cape of Good Hope for the Europeans, their larger and more ocean-worthy ships ended up dominating the Indian Ocean itself, and the trade from the east shifted towards Portugal and other powers from there. forever destroying Venice's prior monopoly and the source of her vast wealth. Venice's influence waned and waned across the following centuries until Venice itself was conquered by the French, and then passed back and forth between them and the Austrians for a while, before finally becoming a part of the modern nation-state of Italy itself. For more than 5 centuries now since Vasco da Gama discovered the Cape of Good Hope and opened up the Indian Ocean directly to European trade, Venice has never again managed to regain its prior historical significance. And now, today in the 21st century, the city is facing these new modern crises that threaten its entire existence once again. Let's begin with the flooding issue. Obviously, a city that's literally surrounded by water like Venice will have a flooding problem from time to time, much like New Orleans in the United States. But Venice is located in a uniquely flood-vulnerable area. It's located in the lagoon at the very top of the Adriatic Sea, while the Adriatic's long, narrow, and rectangular shape amplifies the natural tides moving up it, meaning that the Adriatic naturally has substantially more extreme tidal events than the rest of the Mediterranean does, and the Adriatic pretty much funnels them all up right towards Venice. Further, the strong northbound winds in the area whipping off the Adriatic blow directly towards the 3 connections between the lagoon and the sea, which can significantly slow down or even totally block the water outflow from the lagoon into the sea. And when that happens, the ebb of water is blocked inside of the lagoon, and the next high tide that comes in overlaps with the previous one, which just kind of perpetuates this vicious, self-supporting cycle of flood. And to make matters even worse, Venice is located atop the Adriatic tectonic plate, which is currently in the process of shifting beneath the Italian coast, meaning that Venice is naturally sinking and losing elevation in an area that's already highly prone to flooding. But in addition to these natural problems, humans have, of course, been making even more man-made problems for themselves as well. Had the Venetian lagoon simply been left to itself and to nature over the past 1,000 years, it probably would have completely filled up with silt by now because of the various major sediment-rich rivers that used to flow into it. And Venice would have been more or less loosely connected to the mainland. The medieval Venetians were well aware of this problem, and unwilling to allow Venice's greatest defensive asset to be destroyed like this, they began diverting the rivers away from the lagoon to keep the sediment out and to keep Venice enclosed by water. Over time, this made the waters inside of the lagoon deeper and deeper and increased the scale of Venice's moat, and therefore increased their safety from the mainland. But it also made flooding of the city itself worse as well because, well, you know, there was just a higher volume of water around it. And then in the 19th century, the Italians built a railroad bridge that connected Venice over to the mainland. And this was even further expanded in the 1930s by the construction of a road bridge alongside of it, all of which significantly modified the natural motion of the water inside of the lagoon. And in the 20th century, the Italian government created an industrial district immediately behind Venice, and it made the flooding problems even worse. Previously to the industrial district's construction, the area was covered by several small islands just above sea level that acted pretty much like natural sponges whenever high tides came in. But the government completely destroyed them by filling the entire area in to cover it all up for industry. And to make matters more worse, a navigable channel was dug across the lagoon that allowed large, modern oil tankers to reach the new industrial district. This artificial channel directly connected the lagoon with the sea, which obviously didn't exist at the time of Venice's foundation thousands of years ago, and it's just become another entry point for high tides and storm surges coming into the lagoon from the Adriatic. Modern studies have indicated that Venice is still sinking at a rate of about 1 to 2 millimeters per year, and over the past decade, global sea levels were rising at a rate of about 3.6 millimeters per year, meaning that Venice's actual sea level rise is above the global average because of their sinking problem. Back when modern flooding records of Venice began in 1872, there was only one severe flooding event before 1950 in the city where the water reached a height of 1.4 meters above sea level. From 1950 until today, however, which is nearly an equivalent amount of time, there have been 21 of these severe flooding events recorded, with more and more happening every new decade. Of the top 10 highest floods measured in Venice since records began, 4 of them took place in 2019, and the biggest of them in November was so large it covered more than 80% of the city and damaged multiple cultural heritage sites. In fact, the centerpiece of Venice, St. Mark's Square, now regularly floods more than 60 times a year, which way back in 1900 only happened 4 times. So now in the 21st century, Venice's ambitious plan to fight back against the ocean in geography is called the Modulo Sperimentale Elettromeccanico, or MOS system. Essentially, this is a huge system that's designed to hold back the rising tides of the Adriatic during high tide in order to better protect the city. And after multiple delays, it's finally nearly finished. The system consists of several rows of large gates located at each of the 3 natural inlets that lead into the Venetian lagoon, with the majority of the gates located at the Lido Inlet, closest to the city of Venice itself. There are 78 of these gates in total across all 3 of the inlets that are each around 20 meters wide and up to 30 meters in length for the deepest sections. Under normal tidal conditions, the gates will remain full of water and rest within their respective housing structures down on the sea floor. But whenever a high tide coming in from the Adriatic is forecasted and the lagoon needs to be defended, the gates will rapidly be drained of water and filled up with compressed air so they shoot back up to the surface and then stop the tide from surging into the lagoon. And then, once the high tide is over with, the gates will once again be filled up with water and return back down to the seafloor below and allow boats and the natural flow of water above to move about. The ultimate goal here is to leave the gates open as much as possible and allow the natural rhythm between the lagoon and the sea to continue, and to only raise them up when absolutely necessary. But the system has not come without controversy. For one thing, the schedule and costs have been severely overblown. When it was initially proposed, MOS was supposed to be a 10-year project and cost 4.2 billion euros. Construction began way back in 2003, and it's expected to finally finish only now at the end of this year in 2021. More than 8 years behind schedule and more than 1.3 billion euros over budget. Back in 2014, 35 people, including the then mayor of Venice, were all arrested by the Italian police on corruption charges in connection with the MOS project. Multiple environmental groups, including the World Wildlife Foundation, have repeatedly made negative comments about the project. And while the supporters of MOS claim that it will be capable of handling the threats of rising sea levels from climate change, many others doubt it. While the gates could always just theoretically be raised to block out rising sea levels, they could only do so by raising the gates so often that they'd probably just end up functioning more as a near permanent wall. By being raised nearly all of the time, the lagoon's natural drainage and interchange with the Adriatic Sea will be completely destroyed, and the lagoon surrounding Venice will inevitably become just a gross, stagnant pool of garbage and algae. Unfortunately, though, that may be the only possible solution that exists to save Venice. It's been estimated before that just a 50-centimeter rise in sea levels will pretty much permanently doom Venice beneath the waves. And in 2019, the famous IPCC report projected a rise of 600 to 1,100 centimeters in sea levels by the year 2100 if greenhouse gas emissions remain the very same as they are today. By the end of this century, Venice is probably either going to become the 21st century's Atlantis, or it's going to be stuck inside of a blocked off and stagnant lagoon that's full of algae and trash, and there doesn't really seem to be many good alternative third choices. And throughout all of this, the pace of tourists coming to visit the already drowning and crowded city isn't seeming to go down either, despite the global pandemic. With pent-up global demand for international travel at an all-time high, the number of tourists who will visit the city in 2025 is projected to soar towards 38 million people, a number that many Venetians consider to be grossly unsustainable. That would mean on an average day in 2025, there would be nearly 1 tourist for every 2 residents in the small 5 square kilometer city. These extremely high levels of over-tourism are creating overcrowding and even further environmental problems for the ecosystem around the fragile lagoon. The entire city of Venice and its lagoon are considered a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, and because of its rampant over-tourism, UNESCO was considering placing the city on its in danger list, which usually only includes historical ruins in war-torn countries like Syria or Iraq. Earlier in June of 2021, UNESCO narrowly avoided placing Venice on the list because the Italian government finally banned the passage of large cruise ships entering in through the city's historic center. But that's pretty much just a minor step in solving Venice's tremendous problems. In the end, all of the engineering and policies in the world may not be enough to match the overwhelming firepower that nature is bringing to Venice this century. I think that ultimately, save for taking Venice and pushing it somewhere else, I'm not really certain about Venice's future, and neither is anybody else. Because in the end, no amount of technology can possibly overcome the fact that Venice is located on a chain of sinking islands in the middle of a marshy lagoon, while the water besieging it from the outside is getting higher and higher all the time. And while the MOSE system is not yet fully 100% complete, it has already been deployed to save Venice. In October last year, in 2020, the seawalls were deployed for the very first time to defend the city against a storm surge in the Adriatic, and it worked pretty effectively. A lot of what's happening today is based on what happened yesterday, last year, or last century, and even beyond. Keeping up with current events is essential to understanding the way that our world works. And I get to do that every day by reading all the short articles that are posted to Morning Brew every morning. And this is what I love the most about using Morning Brew. Their free daily newsletter gets you up to speed on all the current events and news that you need to know in business, finance, and tech in only 5 minutes, and in a way that's way more relevant, informative, and frankly witty than traditional news. For example, in this past week, I got to read about the US's plan to reopen for international travel, what's in the United States infrastructure bill, and Rivian's huge IPO. Since you watch Real Life Lore, I know that you like getting a bit smarter and staying better informed, and regular, repeatable patterns of learning are exactly the best way to do that. So go ahead and start your mornings with Morning Brew by subscribing completely for free when you click the button that's on your screen right now, or by following the link that's down in the description. It's one of the absolute best ways that you can help support this channel completely for free, and you get to stay up to date with current events and be a better informed person. It's seriously a huge win-win, and as always, thank you so much for watching. This video is made possible by Morning Brew. Start your day by catching up on the top news in business, finance, and tech in 5 minutes by subscribing down with the link in the description. This is the United States, this is Louisiana, and this is New Orleans. And without constant human intervention, this city literally wouldn't exist. It has perhaps the worst geographic location of any major city in America, and there are countless reasons why that are all named water. New Orleans is a city that is almost completely surrounded by water on all sides. To the north is Lake Pontchartrain. In the center is the Mississippi River, and to the south and east is the ever-encroaching seawater from the Gulf of Mexico. To make matters even worse, 65% of the New Orleans metropolitan area is located either at or beneath sea level, a greater percentage than even the Netherlands, which is only about a third beneath sea level. This means that when you take a look at New Orleans from the side, it's effectively just a big bowl that's surrounded on nearly all of its edges by water, and whenever the water tips over the sides from either the river or the lake, the city drowns. And to make matters even more severe, New Orleans' placement directly at the Gulf of Mexico's edge makes it the most frequent target of hurricanes in America, with an 11% risk of being slammed by one every single year. Hurricanes make the flooding problem in the city even worse, but that's still not all. Due to a variety of reasons that I'll get into later in the video, Louisiana's coastline has been losing the war against the water for the greater part of a century now. Over the past 100 years, 2,000 square miles of land has been conquered by the ocean in Louisiana's south. That's twice the size of Luxembourg, and the ocean's advances are accelerating to the tune of about 1 football field worth of land every hour, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. This is putting the ocean and its waters dangerously closer and closer to New Orleans every single hour, and it's placing the city on a time bomb. Southern Louisiana is slowly drowning, and it ultimately begs the question, since nature seems to think that settling a city here was such an obviously terrible idea, then why didn't humans? The answer to that is because, of course, it never really seemed like a bad location until fairly recently. In fact, for most of America's and even humanity's history, the area around New Orleans was, without a doubt, one of the most important locations on the entire planet to control. Take a look at the map of the world, pretend that you've just begun a game of Civilization where you're low on the tech tree, and look at where the best locations to build a wealthy city are going to be. On the North American continent, I would argue for the area around New Orleans being historically the #1 pick for one incredibly important reason. Despite all the risks of flooding and natural disasters, New Orleans sits near the mouth of the Mississippi River, and by setting up a choke point here, one can fully control all of the trade and transportation flowing into and out of it. This is vital, because by entering the Mississippi here, you can travel throughout almost the entirety of the North American interior by way of the Mississippi River Basin. Every single one of these creeks, streams, and rivers eventually all flow into the Mississippi and find their way down to New Orleans and the ocean. Until the advent of modern technology like railroads, planes, or highways, it was rivers and waterways all across the world which served as humanity's high-speed transportation and trade arteries. And the Mississippi is the biggest and the most important system of them all anywhere on the planet. In fact, the greater Mississippi River Basin has more kilometers of navigable internal waterways than the entire rest of the world all combined has. This fact is enormous because it was basically the world's largest natural transportation system on any continent that today flows through 31 US states and 2 Canadian provinces. This system literally connected almost the entire North American continental mainland to the Atlantic Ocean and the rest of the world from there. And all of it could effectively be dominated by whoever controlled just this small choke point right near the entrance to the Mississippi River. The French were the first big empire who recognized this area's immense strategic value. And a little over 300 years ago, they founded the small settlement of New Orleans, here along the river's curve, where it created a natural levee about 1.5 meters above sea level. Comparatively higher than the surrounding swamplands that were beneath sea level, the initial small settlement fared well against floods and hurricanes, and a century later found itself under the possession of a new and future global empire, the United States. The Mississippi River and all of its various tributaries stretching as far as Denver, Minneapolis, Des Moines, Omaha, Kansas City, and Oklahoma City enabled millions of American settlers to venture out and conquer the West. And they could reach all of these places via New Orleans. And all of the goods they would end up producing would flow back to New Orleans. As America expanded westwards, the Mississippi River became roughly the dividing line between east and west within the continental states, and the importance of New Orleans became ever more apparent. If any enemy power were to gain control of it, they could shut the entire river down and effectively cut America in half, and block all of the massive volume of trade flowing down it from the dozens of other states that were making New Orleans one of the wealthiest cities in the world. In fact, by the 1840s, New Orleans was America's third biggest city behind only New York and Baltimore. And by the time of the Civil War, it was easily the South's largest and most important city. Riverboats and barges easily transported luxury goods like cotton from southern states like Mississippi and industrial goods from northern factories up in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. And New Orleans was at the zenith of her power and influence. But after the Civil War, the city's fortunes would dramatically reverse. The invention of new technologies like the railroad introduced new transportation and trade routes that largely bypassed New Orleans' location down in the southeast. As more and more railroads and later interstate highways for trucks and cars and airports for planes were built, the crucial importance of the Mississippi and its various riverways diminished. By the 20th century, the Mississippi no longer had a monopoly on Middle America's transportation and trade, and New Orleans' monopoly over admittance to that system no longer mattered quite as much. By World War II, New Orleans had plummeted from America's third largest city to only her 15th, and despite reaching the height of her population in 1960 with about 620,000 people, she was no longer even the biggest city in the American South, with cities like Dallas and Houston.
So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. This person today. So, I will see you guys again in about 12 hours. That's what I wake up. So, until then, we'll go back to grinding more repeating and hope you guys enjoyed. Any time without me, if you'll be there and somewhere else knock it up, I'll see you then. But hope you follow the stream to know when I'm live. I'm on Twitter for my notifications, and every time without me, and enjoy your time with Quips Chong. Later.